Good afternoon. Welcome to round 12 of the Goods Property Service Estate League competition. Top of the table clash between Cottesloe and Hensman Park at the seaside suburb of Cottesloe. My name is Brett Patten. I'm joined by world over 50 doubles silver medalist Shane Smedley. Shane's on the journey here to talk all about the prelude to this match between Hensman Park and Cottesloe. Top of the table, as we made mention. This is going to be an exciting clash. Some of the best players in the men's state league competition over the last 3 or 4 years going head-to-head, the likes of Scott Jones, Matthew Burton, just to name a few, Will Hann for Cottesloe. What are you expecting from today's match?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited, Brett. I think we've got the top two teams here. There's bragging rights. There's the opportunity to be playing, have a home ground final advantage. So I'm very excited. We've got Cottesloe Tennis Club who are undefeated. We've got Hensman Park who are undefeated. Cottesloe are on top by virtue of the fact that they've only had one of their 2 byes. Hensman have had their 2 byes, and as a consequence, they're 20 points behind. So, if understanding that Cottesloe will go to another bye, so the chance for Hensman to pick up probably not 20 points, but maybe 15 or 16. This becomes a very important match day. As we were discussing off air, I think that whoever wins this match will finish on top. And of course, finishing on top, you have a semi-final home advantage, and then if you make it through the final, you have the final home advantage. And for 2 clubs that play on different surfaces, we've got Cottesloe, a grass court specialist, Hensman, a really hard court specialist, to sort of think that it becomes very, very important. So, yeah, excited by it, really.
Absolutely. Round 12, as we made mention of the Goods Property Service State League. Round 13 in the Women's Goods Property Service State League. There's going to be 2 matches played here today at Cottesloe. Of course, on courts not being televised today is Cottesloe Women's State League with the return of Jessie Cully, who's part of the National Tennis Academy, up against Kings Park. Kings Park are vying for a spot in that top 4 in the women's competition. Cottesloe a little bit underdone with the women's at the moment with Cottesloe, who had an injury to their captain, Libby Musrat, only about 3 or 4 rounds ago. And of course, Jess Cully comes back. I mean, tremendous talent. She's with the likes of the great pool of junior girls coming out of WA, the likes of Talia Gibson and Taylor Preston, Lily Fairclough. And of course, we see Jess Cully first up today. It's going to be a wonderful day's play here, not just the men's, but also the Women's State League.
Yeah, and I understand that Cottesloe Tennis Club have got a big activation plan today around the event, so I think that they're doing the right thing, trying to promote tennis, and certainly the top level tennis in WA. You've probably got the premier, I'd say, seaside, coastal suburb tennis club. And again, we were here earlier on the year and it was very, very hot, and then gets very windy in the afternoon. So I do expect wind to create a problem in the afternoon. The sea breeze is just starting to come in. But of course, we're right on the coast, very, very high up on the coast, up on the hill here. So I'd expect that'll have a big impact later in the day.
Absolutely. The breeze is starting to flow in right now as we're bringing this live through the West Australian newspaper live streaming. Of course, this is brought to you by Scotty Walsh from Scotty Walsh's Media. Big thank you to Tomio Yamazaki for also putting the production together. It is going to be an interesting day because this will pretty much seal the deal to see who gets that home final in a grand final. 2 clubs, one is on hard, one is on grass. It is a significant day to determine who's going to finish and host the grand final.
Yeah, I think for me, looks like Cottesloe have mixed their order up a little bit, not as much as what Hensman Park have. Cottesloe have listed Scott Jones at number 1. They've got Will Hann at number 2. Max Weir at number 3. He's been undefeated all year. And Sam English has been rested for this one. We might see him come in the doubles. But the player that I like a lot of, Adam Kehane, lefty, plays great doubles. They brought him at number 4. He's undefeated in singles in his last 5 matches. So they're very, very strong all the way through. Scott Jones undefeated all year. Max Weir undefeated all year. Look for wins from both those 2 players. I think Hensman, a bit of cats and drakes here, ducks and drakes here. So Matty Burton at 1. They brought Rhys Johnson into play at 2.
Now, Rhys Johnson, you would have taught Rhys when you were at Applecross Senior High School.
Yeah.
He was the NCAA number 1 ranked doubles player in the US in the collegiate system there a number of years ago. Tremendous talent, great striker of the ball. Up against Will Hann. Let's just touch on that matchup because Will Hann, the lefty, he does like the grass courts and he does love playing here in front of his home crowd at Cottesloe. This is going to be a really tough matchup, but I think we'll have to give the favouritism right now on grass to Will Hann.
Really? I was going to go the other way.
Well, we can have a pie and sauce on that. But you know the matchup that I'm looking forward to the most, and I think this will determine the outcome of today's match, Shane, and that matchup is against Max Weir and Vuk Velickovic from Hensman Park. Max Weir undefeated, 8 from 8, and he's coming up against Vuk, who's just come back from the US, was a college player for many years over there, went away and did his Masters, I understand. Now he's back, and he, again, is a prodigious talent. Good ball striker, unorthodox. He'll try to get under the skin of Max Weir. Max wouldn't have played a player with this type of theatrics on court before. So it's going to be interesting to see if Max can compose himself. He's had a breakout year this year's State League, but that's a match I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, I agree. I haven't seen much of Vuk at all. I think that if he's been over in the States, he probably hasn't played a lot on grass, so that might be an advantage to Max there. And the other one is we've got Austin Voss is playing as well. So Austin against Adam Kehane. So there's some interesting lineups there. I think for me, how much stronger can Hensman get, with Zach Itzstein listed and also Bryden Klein listed? I
don't think Bryden Klein's going to come back, former Australian Open Junior champion and also a Davis Cup player. He's now located in Melbourne and coaching over there. And I think with the way that the borders are working at the moment, very hard to get people in and out in WA, thanks to some of those very tight-knit policies, but it's keeping us all safe. Anyway, we're not going to go down that road of politics today. Good, solid crowd out here at Cottesloe. We're expecting the crowd to build up in the vicinity of maybe 500, 600, 700 folks. They do love coming down here and watching on the veranda here at Cottesloe, one of the premier clubs, not only in WA, but right across this wonderful nation of ours. And as you're seeing on screen at the moment, you're just seeing the players warm up, the left-handed serve closest to the camera of Will Hann, expecting him to play a left-handed style of game. A lot of swinging serves out to the ad court, a lot of serve and volleying, and of course up against Rhys Johnson, who's a bit more of a counter-puncher but can move forward. But I do like this matchup for Will. I think it'll give him the looks that he's after. He'll be able to dictate off that big serve and move forward, and I think he'll get Cottesloe off to a flying start against Hensman Park.
Yeah, you're a big rap. I think he fell a little bit short last week, didn't he? When he was playing, who did you play last week on the grass at Alexander Park?
He lost to Jerome O'Connor.
Jerome O'Connor.
You'll have to go away and do some more research, Shane. That's what we pay the big bucks to. Come to the broadcast knowing.
That's just memory, big fella. All right, that's all that is. Yeah. So I know he fought his way back into both sets, and Jerome just found a way to win that match. I think that given that Rhys is a very, very accomplished doubles player, his transition game, his short game, his ability to volley will be outstanding. His ability to come in behind a short ball will be outstanding. So I'm on the other side of the fence to you. I think that Rhys will have the game to get across Will. So it'll be an interesting matchup.
Certainly will. We'll be joined today in the broadcast by Joel Pleydell. Joel Pleydell, former MVP, two-time MVP for the WA State League competition. We're going to hear from the godfather of WA tennis, Mr. Rob Kilderry, as well throughout the broadcast. One of the legends, one of the icons of WA tennis, and also spearheading our Indigenous performance program out at the Tennis Centre over this coming term. So a lot of IP, a lot of great talent, and certainly some wonderful tennis to be looking forward to today. A little bit of breeze, not so much right now. We will expect that to probably come across in the next couple of hours. And will the breeze determine any of the outcomes in today's matchups, do you think, Shane?
I think for the Cottesloe players it won't be an issue. They're used to that sea breeze coming in. I think certainly, depending on the end you're serving at, it'll be how you adjust to that, how you play according because of the wind. The one thing we haven't talked about is I think there's a bit of pressure on Adam Kehane out there. Austin Voss has been Hensman's best performer in his position this year. He's won his last 5 from 5. So they brought Adam in at the expense of Sam English today to sort of see if they can get a win down the bottom. So it's a big ask on Adam. Austin unbeaten. So, and you look at the size of Austin, you have to be about 6'4", big serve, looks like a young Goran Marijan.
Of course, Goran Marijan, the WA State coach, the High Performance Academy manager out at the State Tennis Centre, taken over from Tom George, who was part of our commentary team for the first half of the season.
He did a great job.
He'll be tuning in. Tom George, he's now the CEO of Tennis Northern Territory. He loves to tune in through the West Australian Live news feed. So a big shout out to Tommy, and he'll be back for the finals. He's given me an undertaking. Just loves WA tennis. We're just waiting a few moments for the commencement of singles number 2. And we're watching Adam Kehane up against Austin Voss. Beautiful hands, you can see the outstretched Austin Voss. That's what we expect from Voss on that second court. We will stay with majority of today's play on this top court between Will Hann and Rhys Johnson. World-class tennis on the offering throughout today's play.
Tell you, the challenge is going to be on this court one. I just noticed the way they've lined the courts here. The courts, the lines are probably 3 metres from the wall, and that's going to, and it's obviously within regulations because everybody knows, make sure they comply with the regulations and distances. There's a lot of room behind the back of the court at this end, not a lot of room at the back of the court at the other end. Obviously on grass courts you've got to keep on shifting the lines around all the time to minimise your wear. But it'll be a challenge for Rhys. If Will gets his serve going, Will gets that slice breaking serve going in that backhand court, he could put Rhys into the wall a number of times here.
Just waiting for the boys they've had their 3-minute hit up. Looking forward to this match. Perfect conditions out here at Cottesloe Tennis Club. You'd like to come down. Of course, entry is free. Big double header, men's and women's state league. Will Hann, just a bit of a ritual. He goes to the back of the court with his towel. He just puts that into the back fence. Of course, Will Hann serving from Cottesloe, closest to the camera. Wearing all white. Hensman Park. Rhys Johnson, furthest from the camera. White shirt, blue shorts, as this match is just about to commence. Just overplaying that forehand. We did see that, you spoke about it leading into the start of this tie against Jerome O'Connor last week for Alexander Park. He was overplaying his forehand. It just sounds like his strings are a little bit loose, and with loose strings, the ball tends to trampoline off your racket.
Fly a little bit more, and that's why a lot of the players, when they're playing in really fast conditions, will tighten their strings up.
Overplayed. Good point though. We saw Rhys Johnson take the initiative deep into that forehand wing of Will and try to move forward. Good dipping forehand down at the feet though. Very hard volley to make.
Yeah, I think this is the end it will suit Will from, with the breeze coming over his left shoulder. It allows him to break that serve on the middle, down the middle on the forehand court and out wide in the backhand court. So expect him to use that. But as we saw last week when, or the week before, because we lost last week because of the extreme heat rule. But he plays off the back foot a lot, that forehand.
Just missing that forehand wide, but like to dictate with that big forehand, both Will and Rhys. They do like to get around, hit a big serve, and then really start opening the court up and try to move their opponents away to their weaker side. Both players prefer to hit their forehand, so early stages, I haven't seen Will show any signs to serve and volley. Maybe it's the tactic against Rhys, but he's a traditional serve and volleyer. There's that swinging serve. Yeah. That needs to be followed up with a volley.
It does, I think, and I don't think it's a natural move for him. He hits that serve really well, and if the shorter he can get up the sideline, the wider he takes Rhys. And I think he needs to come in, because really the only shot Rhys has got is back down the line. He covers it down the line. He's got open court forehand, open court volley. So
we've also shown Smedley, over 50s doubles world championship silver medalist. Playing that backhand, you can see Will on the courtside mics pick up the big come on nice and early. He understands the importance of this match. Off to a really good start. One love, plenty of energy in his game.
Yeah, I think both teams really understand the importance of the day, and everybody's fired up. And let's be honest, it can be no excuses out here today. The weather's beautiful. It's not too hot. There's not too much wind. It's a beautiful day for playing tennis. So it should give everybody the best chance.
What do the players usually do at the change of ends when they do sit down? Of course, the first game they just towel off and get a quick drink. But what do they keep in their bag? Do they keep some electrolytes? Is it more of the Gatorade? Is it the water they go to? What do they usually drink at the change of ends to keep hydrated?
Yeah, probably their mobile phone, Brett, I think.
Can't use your mobile phone.
The young ones are on their social media, aren't they? Taking photos of themselves at the change of ends and posting on Insta.
Rhys Johnson ready to serve, closest to the camera from Hensman. That's a beautiful play, that 1-2 punch. Swinging right-handed serve to the left-hander in the juice court and just covering the court with a crisp backhand down the middle of the court.
And he looked very comfortable there, didn't he? Nice serve out, simple volley. Mind you, it wasn't a simple volley, it made it look simple. It was about shoulder-high backhand, beautiful volley there. Yeah, great depth there from Will Hann. A lot of work on that ball. Fizzed, didn't it? Fizzed through there, just like Nadal's forehand.
Yeah, beautiful grass courts here. And Peter O'Day is the curator out here at Cottesloe for many years. He put on a great show probably about 7 or 8 years ago when they held the Davis Cup, Australia versus trying to think who they versed about 8 or 9 years ago. But it was
your memory? Is it okay?
It's going a little bit. We broadcast that match. Rhys Johnson serving. Nice serve down the tee. I think they played Kazakhstan. I think Borat might have been playing that day. But in any case, the grass courts
in
here...
his mankini?
The grass courts here are simply superb. Some of the best you'll find anywhere around the world. And Peter O'Day is a real expert. Rhys Johnson, Hensman Park serving. Beautiful overhead, just clinical serve and volleying tennis. I think this court would hold a few bad memories for Rhys Johnson. Remember the Hensman Park played Cottesloe in a final here. The last time Cottesloe actually won it.
Was that when
you
played?
The final out here, and Rhys has come up against the very elder statesman. And
you pumping your own tyres there?
Always try to get one in early before you tear me down. But he seems to be adapting nicely out here today. Oh, a little loose, standing upright.
Yeah, that would have been a great match to watch. You and Rhys, both serving volleys, both trying to get to the net, both want to get in the face of your opposition. You would have loved that.
You know, I enjoyed playing, certainly the younger brigade of athlete. I enjoy the intensity they bring to the court. I enjoy that real American pumping of the fist, the big come on, which wasn't around back in the 80s and 90s. And you'll see a lot of that today. Overplaying again, ball just seems to be flying off that forehand wing. He really opens the shoulders up, Will Hann.
Yeah, we were talking about it a couple of weeks ago at Alexander Park when he has a lot of string through the ball and a lot of racket head speed through the ball, but because he does come off the ball and his body weight's going backwards when he lays into that forehand, he does tend to lift it and overplay and lift it a little bit long. Whereas you watch Rhys play his forehand, he's down low, going through the ball forward. There was a change of tactic from Will Hann. He hasn't decided to serve and volley yet, but he put his big first serve in, got a half-court return from Rhys and then came in behind it. Rhys came up with a great defensive lob over the backhand side, and Will's overplayed it. We might get a ball in the commentary box this time off the serve. Keep your eyes open, Patsy.
Beautiful backhand return by Rhys Johnson, just overplaying the short forehand. But that's what you'd expect, particularly for that left-handed serve to the ad court, that swinging serve, just giving his opponent really no other option but to go down the line.
Yes.
And again, we saw that, but he got his racket behind it, Rhys, and he's got to make more of those opportunities.
And the reason he's got to go down the line is because he can't get to the ball early enough. Lovely first serve. Will appreciated his serve then as a big fist, big come on.
Interesting to talk about the come ons and the high fives and the back slappings and the revving up between points. When do you really start to see that in the men's game? And certainly when you were coming through as a junior, you wouldn't have seen a lot of that around. Some of your icons, Lou Hode and Ken Roseville and Rod Laver. Beautifully timed forehand down the line, but we're seeing more of it now.
Hang on, let's just go back that. So you've said something you thought was quite funny, and I've started laughing at it, and you've told me to stop laughing mid-sentence because the ball's starting to... I can't do that. I just can't do that.
Well, you've got to control yourself if you want to be a professional, Shane. Enjoying today's play. Early stages of this match between Will Hann and Rhys Johnson.
I think for me it's symptomatic of a greater influence of American college tennis. I think we've seen more players go to college and then come back and bring that with them because, as you know, as you've seen when when you were playing in the seniors tour, playing in the 30-35s, a lot of the guys were just off pro tour ranks, and they were doing that all the time.
Beautiful dipping forehand. You can see what that meant to Will as he again clinches a fist and goes straight to his teammates. That ball just coming at great pace and really dipping down, and that's the technology, Smeds. The strings that give you that ability to be able to take big cuts of the ball, and of course the racket, they're light and they're very flexible. Yeah,
and there's also a lot of texture on the strings now as well, so that the texture on the strings allows it to grip the ball more and put more spin on it.
Just skipped across to court number 2 here at Cottesloe. Adam Kehane from Cottesloe serving closest to the camera up against Austin Voss. Austin Voss, 3 years in American college under a good tennis program.
Yeah, it's pretty hard for us to know what the score is out there, Brett, because the boys unfortunately haven't been updating that scoreboard, so we'll see if we can get that fixed.
And we'll give you updates right across today's play of the Goods Property Services Men's and Women's State League competition. Kehane serving.
And Cottesloe with 3 lefties in their team: Will Hann, Adam Kehane and Brenton Bacon, the doubles specialist. We expect to see him later on today.
A terrific doubles player, Brenton Bacon. Brings great character to the court as well. Coached, of course, the likes of John Peers when he won his Australian Open doubles alongside Honorary Continent a few years ago. He put that on the resume before the trophy had even been lifted.
This is a nice solid start header, isn't it? All players have held serve. Yeah, lovely wrong footing from Rhys Johnson there. Now you expect quality players on a grass court to be able to, to hold their serves, and we've seen three service games and 3 holds of serve. So typically what you'll see is they'll go to 3 or 4 all, then someone will put a bit of pressure on and get a break. If not, it goes all the way through to a tie break.
Johnson serving. Beautiful swinging serve. It's interesting here, and I'll ask you, you're a left-hander. Is it more advantageous for a left-hander to play a right-hander or for a right-hander to play a left-hander?
More? Did that make any sense? I'm trying to understand that.
Who's it in favour of? Is a left-hander like playing against right-handers, or a right-hander like playing against left-handers?
I think there's always been less left-handers playing tennis, so it's a little bit more unique. There's a heap of right-handers out there. I don't think the right-handers like playing left-handers because it changes their service lines and changes their target points. I think lefties play right-handers all the time. I know as a lefty, I used to be quite uncomfortable playing another left-hander because it changed all your routines, all your patterns. Does that answer your question? No.
Somewhat. Question without notice. He did very well. Johnson serving. Just out wide, catching the top of the tape.
It's a very impressive service game because he's hitting his spots, isn't he? On that backhand court, he's gone down the middle of the first time, he's gone wide the second time, so he's hitting that. And I'm sure we all remember when we're doing drills as kids trying to serve to hit cans of tennis balls over. He's knocking all those tennis balls over at the moment.
Just a little wide, high backhand volley. He's missed that. Yeah. A little bit of frustration, just shaking their head.
It's on his racket at the moment, isn't it? The way he's serving so well, and Will's lucky to get into the point a lot of the time. If he does get into the point, it's usually a pretty easy volley or a pretty easy short court ball. He missed a high backhand volley, which is probably the hardest volley in tennis to hit.
30-15. 40-30. Updating the score here on the run.
He's already served this side twice. Yeah, it's just a very strong service game, wasn't it? Probably hit about, he's played 6 points and probably hit 5 first serves.
First 4 games in, I do like the ability of Will Hann to be able to generate pace from the back of the court. He's certainly got the firepower. He's a little bit inconsistent between one point to the other. 2 games apiece. Just needs to tighten up.
I'll give you a chance to change your tip.
No, I like my tip. There's that beautiful big forehand. Anything short, lack of pace, middle court is going to be punished. Will Hann again just shows you what power he has off that forehand wing. He's just got to temper it sometimes and not try to blow his opponent off the back of the court.
And just a score update in court too, Brett. Austin Voss is tracking along beautifully at the moment. He's up a break 4-1 in the first set against Adam Kehane.
First serve let, Will Hann serving, 2 games apiece. Just overplaying that forehand just a little long the volley. Rhys called it late.
Oh, did he? Okay.
15 points all. First time we've seen Will serve and volley. Needs to incorporate more of that into that match, I think.
I actually was very impressed with Rhys's return of serve then. Just took the pace of it, just feathered a slice forehand back down low. And Will just wasn't as comfortable at the net there as what we've seen Rhys so far. And just a little bit long, wasn't much in it.
Beautiful aggressive play.
Point,
Again, point worked over well with that big forehand, just opening up the court, giving high forehand volley to put away. There's that firepower that I spoke about, Shane.
Oh, no doubt.
It's on display here at Cottesloe Tennis Club.
No doubt. Big serve, big forehand, models his game, builds his game around that, all the points around that. And a nice volley to finish off.
Oh, beautiful overhead.
Yeah, beautiful point.
Again, clinches a fist. He knows the importance of that. And he's hit a couple of good overheads to start this match. We're only 4 games in, but he's starting to assert his dominance, certainly around the net, and Rhys Johnson.
And he's not very tall of stature, is he, Rhys? But he does move back really well. You just see how hard it is for Will to win that point when Rhys is at the net there because his hands are so good. And he had to come up with 2 great drives. And then, of course, his lob just fell a little bit short and was put away for a winner. So, tough way to play at the back of the court when you've got a player sitting at the net and bowling as well as what Rhys does.
And of course, the uncertainty of the bouncers on grass. You'd want to be moving forward, be the aggressor. Have more chances winning points when you're taking it out of the air than letting it bounce. Oh, heck of a point from Will Hann with the turnaround forehand winner. Great point by both players there. Good wheels from Rhys Johnson to get that dead net court. And, of course, the winning forehand. Just absolutely brilliant tennis here at Cottesloe.
Well, I think the shot that Will came up with, and we all thought Rhys was never going to get there. But, as you said, he tracked there really well, got there, threw up a great lob. And all of a sudden, Will had to retreat to the baseline. But his passing strike through the middle of the court was just something special, wasn't it?
Working hard to hold serve here, Will Hann. Games are 2 games apiece. This first set. Good wheels again from Rhys Johnson. But lovely touch from Will Hann. You can hear the crowd are really appreciating the great tennis on this front court as we skip across to court number 2. Adam Kehane serving from Cottesloe against Austin Voss. Beautiful backhand and the celebration, the big come on from Adam Kehane. Does need to lift his game, down a break in this first set against the big serving Austin Voss. But gee whiz, that type of play can only but fire a player up.
Yeah, and I think though that if Austin keeps doing that, keeps playing the way that he was, I mean, he had some beautiful slice drives in, and then he came in on another beautiful ball. I mean, it was a hell of a shot from Adam Kehane, but tough way to keep on playing, to keep on hitting those passing shots. Austin's just got to be positive. I mean, when they started today, they would have penciled Austin for a win. He was their most winning player today, so they'd be looking for him to get a win here.
Beautiful block backhand return. You can see Austin just shaking the racket. He's currently on top of Adam Kehane. We saw the big backhand winner only a point or two ago. But again, comes back with a very lackluster low backhand into the net. The ball, again, is going to come through at sort of knee height at best here today. So you want to be moving forward and being aggressive and taking the ball out of the air, Shane.
And I think that's where Austin's strength will be.
Slight breeze. You can see Adam's shirt buffeted around by the breeze. Oh, beautiful
great
deep
depth,
serve.
depth on serve.
Catching the back edge of the line. Austin's looking across, saying...
It was inside the line, big fella.
So we sneak back across to court number 1 here at Cottesloe Tennis Club. Rhys Johnson closest to the camera, serving. Currently trailing 2 games to 3.
No breaks of serve in this match between the number 2s.
Beautiful serve again down the tees. Working that tee serve too with great effect is Rhys Johnson this early parts of this match.
He generates good speed for a little fella, doesn't he? He really does. You look at the size of Austin on the court next door. He generates great speed, so his timing is excellent. His summation of force is excellent.
Just taking extra time just to towel off. Perfect conditions here. A little bit breezy, but very pleasant to be playing tennis in. Lovely hands.
That's a
good,
beautiful
solid
point, isn't it?
hands. You can see that pedigree coming out with that low volley. That's a very hard volley to execute. See Rhys Johnson just with ease.
And to take the pace off it and feather it like he did, just to drop it over the net. A lot of control there.
Running forehand just a little long from Will Hann. Bit of a change up in the broadcast booth. I'll be saying goodbye and welcoming 2-time State League MVP, Joel Pleydell, W Open doubles winner as well. He'll be sitting along Shane Smedley.
Thank you for the great introduction.
Welcome, young fella.
Thank you, Shane. How are you?
Yeah, you enjoying the tennis so far?
Yeah, it's been great. This one looks like it's going to be a cracker on serve.
Yeah, no breaks of serve yet.
No breaks of serve yet, no.
And we're in the commentary box. I've got my money on, or no money, but I've got my got my because we don't bet on tennis, no. But I've got my money on Scott Jones. I think Scott will be Rhys Johnson will be too strong on the grass courts, whereas Patsy's backed Will Hann. What are your thoughts?
Will Hann, yeah. So I've had the pleasure of playing alongside the young fella down here at Cottesloe, and he's come a long way since a couple of years ago. So he's obviously gotten a lot taller now, and he's got that booming lefty serve, so he's actually a very tricky opponent on the grass court. So I reckon I'm not so sure if this is done and dusted for Rhys here. I think Will might push him.
I was sitting down having a chat to Will a couple of weeks ago when we were playing Alexander Park, and he was telling me that he was recruited to Middle Tennessee State. On a NCAA Division I scholarship,
yes.
And he completed his first semester, came home, and COVID stopped him from going back. So he's pursued his marketing career here.
Yeah, yep.
And
he's doing a bit of coaching, I believe, as well.
Yeah, so he could have still been in the States on another time.
Definitely. Yes, I think that's a similar story for Scotty Jones, who's playing number 1 today, and he obviously he's finished up his 4 years in college, but he was
at Tennessee, wasn't he?
yes. He was deciding whether or not to go back into his masters, but COVID has prevented him from doing so this year.
So, we'd like to get to know you a little bit better, your first time in the commentary booth.
Yes.
And Patsy told me you're a twice state league MVP,
Yeah,
which is
up, the big fella, which is nice.
pretty high praise and a high credential.
Yes.
But I know more about you as a golfer at Royal Perth.
No, not Royal Perth anymore. It was.
You were at Royal Perth, and you were
Perth.
down very low figures, weren't you?
Yes, I got down to 1 at one point, but
At Royal Perth?
No, not at Royal Perth, at Kehane. So now I'm
I
at
thought you
Kehane.
were going to say Point Walter.
No, definitely not Point Walter. Have played out there though. It's a nice little track, that one. I believe you're pretty handy yourself there, Shano.
Yeah, but not down to a 1. Not down to a
Okay.
1.
You still playing a little bit?
Well, not since I had my rotator cuff done, but yeah, I mean, I got down to a 6, which was nice. I was playing at
that's handy.
Melville Glades,
Very
and
nice.
yeah, it was nice, and I look forward to getting back out there again. But so, what you're playing at Kehane now?
I'm at Kehane.
Oh, 'cause I think
WA Golf Club.
Didn't Kehane go through a bit of a blitz while they were recruiting all the young fellas?
That's exactly
and
correct. Yes.
You would have been chasing that cheaper membership, wouldn't you?
100%.
Yeah, I
of
thought
course.
so. Yeah.
That youth
You're all the same,
membership.
you young blokes.
Yeah.
You're all the same.
Yeah. You got to push the top end down and let the bottom feeders come up.
So you're enjoying your golf? You still playing?
Still playing a little bit. Yep. Try and get out there once or twice a week, which is pretty nice.
Well, considering we're at tennis today, how's your tennis going? You still playing or?
Coaching a little bit, so I'm up at
Coaching?
Greenwood with the Dye. So
Oh, okay.
yeah,
They're doing some great work up
they're
there,
doing
aren't
some
they?
great work with some good young juniors coming through. So it's nice to get
And
out there and get on court with them.
you do a day's work experience at Tennis West.
I am. Yes, I've been doing that for a while now.
What do you do
Absolutely
there?
Loving it.
What do you do there?
I'm working with the participation team. So
Okay.
working with Robbie Kennedy, Michelle, obviously Radu's a young fellow who's just started there, and Zara. So
I've got to ask you a question. Does Julia do much work there?
I actually haven't seen her do anything. Actually,
No.
to be honest, mate.
Well, she
So
doesn't do anything at
I'm
home
not
either, just
sure.
quietly. No.
No, I think she plotters around the place.
No, she swans around. does it really well.
Makes herself known, that's for sure, around the office.
Yeah, shrinking violet.
Nah, I'm just kidding. Julia's great. She's all over it.
And I know your older brother a bit better than I do you. What's Mitch doing with himself?
Mitchy.
He from memory, he was at Tennis NT, wasn't he?
NT, yes. He's just finished up his time there, actually. I think he finished up a week ago. So came back last Saturday into Perth for quarantine. And then obviously got the news middle of last week when they cut it down to 7 days. So he's pretty happy with that. So I think he's out today. So if we're lucky, we might see him down here a bit later.
God, might be time to go then. Okay.
Yeah, he's got that role starting up here at Tennis West, so he's very much enjoying being back in Perth, and looking forward to the next challenge for him.
Was it talent operations?
Talent operations. So I think that was Emma Heyman's role.
Yes. And Emma's moved across to Tennis Queensland, from memory.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, he'll be thrilled to get back into Perth.
Yeah, he's definitely.
His family
excited.
and all his
That's right.
ex-girlfriends are here, aren't they? So.
Yeah, no, he's just happy to come back and hang out with his mates, I think, and play some golf.
Is he any good at golf?
Is he?
Is he any good at golf?
No, I think you should ask him when he comes
No, I think
down.
a bit of a crab, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think he's got the temperament for that game.
So we're back on court one with enough talk about nothing.
Yeah, that's
and,
right.
And we're on serve still. Yeah, both players are doing a pretty good job on serve. I don't recall any break points on serve so far. I think they've both been pretty comfortable.
Yes, I think you're right. We might be looking to head to a tie break, I think.
Or typically it gets to, as you know, when you start getting to 4-all, 4-5,
Right.
a lot of pressure goes on.
That's
It's how the players can still hit those big serves. So we might see a break.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
think the thing I'm probably looking for in this match is who's going to play those pressure points the best.
Yeah,
So
correct.
those 30 alls, you know, when they get tight in your service games, who can hold on. I think we'll see if it gets to a tie break.
Yeah, I think you're right. What Rhys has done well is he served to position really well,
Yeah, he
split the
has.
court up.
That's a great shot.
That's a
there by
great shot
Rhys.
on the line. Yeah,
Yep.
good call. Good call from young Will Hann, because you know sometimes those calls can go either way.
Definitely. I think both players are very much suited to this surface. With both got exceptional slice backhands, and both very comfortable at the net.
And like hitting their forehand too, don't they?
They do like hitting their forehand, running around, using their feet very well.
You overplayed that one.
Yeah.
So when you won your MVP awards, what number in the team were you playing?
I was swapping around 2, I think. 2
Okay.
and 2. I played a couple at 1, but mainly around the number 2 position. We had a pretty strong team, so we obviously had Andrew Roberts.
Andrew
down
Roberts
here.
was playing at 1, wasn't he?
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I think his last season he sort of cut back the amount of games he played, so we were swapping in and out a bit there.
Well, that's just a beautiful point from both
Beautiful
players.
play.
Yeah. Very, very hard to keep on hitting passing shots when you've got a player at the net that volleys as well as what Rhys does.
That's right.
So were you as strong as, did you ever beat Mitch? Mitch better than you. Mitch was better than you, wasn't he?
Yes.
He was,
Juniors. I don't think I ever beat him. I don't think I ever got the man, so I can't tell lies in here, mate. So Mitchell, yeah, he got me every time playing as a junior, but yeah, as we got to develop, he stopped wanting to play me, so I'll just leave it there.
Now we're getting to the stage you're talking about now, where it would be interesting to see who can hold their nerve here and who can still come up with the big shots. With 4 all, break of serve here would allow Rhys to serve for the set. So Will's got to work really hard. He's won the first point, nice and solid.
I think you'll find Rhys will be pushing to break here. He'll be trying to make every ball back in play.
Okay, reload, second serve, got away with it. Whenever it hits the net court, it can, it may bounce in, it can bounce long.
That's right.
And he got away with it.
You've got to commit to it here. Rhys is looking to push here.
Yeah, I mean
that's a great slice. I mean,
and you're going to see that as soon as the ball drops short, you're going to see that and come in, because I mean he gets a good fizz on that slice and it sits nice and low.
Right. It's nice and low, and then you've got to come up with something from underneath the net height. So it's a very, very strategic play from Rhys there.
You expect him to do that more. He'll be looking for every opportunity to come in on this game.
He'll be trying to use that slice deep, foot from the line, and then knock off that volley at the net.
As you said, he's pushing for a break. He wants a break.
Yeah, he will be looking to make every ball back in play here.
We'll be having a talk with Rob Kilderry a little bit later on his philosophies about on tennis. But I'd be interested to see. I mean, I was watching the ball. Will hit that forehand so hard then, and Rhys just bunted it back with a 2-handed backhand. Did it so simple.
Yep.
And if you're hitting it with a 1-handed backhand, your time has got to be so good.
It's got to be impeccable.
Yeah. And so I know Brett's planning to talk to Rob a little bit later on, because he's got some fascinating philosophies on tennis. Oh,
he had a little
been off the hook
there.
then, wasn't it? Yeah.
See, even that was a great serve there by Weir, but you see, even there, Rhys did everything he could to get that ball back in play to give himself a chance to try and secure this break so he can serve out the set.
What have we got? We're 30 all? I think we're 30 all, aren't we? I think we're 30 all. Juice, is it? 30 all juice. Potato.
So this is a big point here for Will Hann. think he needs to stay aggressive.
You'll get that. You'll get that too. Oh, that's
it's a great pass by Rhys.
He moves very well, doesn't he, Rhys Johnson? He moves low, he stays low, his centre of gravity's low, he's well balanced.
That's right.
And he always looked like he was going to get those. We'll come up with a couple of nice little short volleys, but he never looked like he wasn't going to get there.
Yeah.
And big point here now.
I still really love that play from Will, though, at a pressure point. I love that serve volley to change it up, but I think he just didn't quite do enough with that volley, that first volley, that little drop. He just floated a little bit and allowed Rhys to get there.
We're talking about big points, break point here.
This is the big point here.
There you go. There's the break. There's the break.
See how low Rhys kept that return there.
There's the break. He called it early. He'd do what he had to do this game to get into the point. And I mean,
yeah, I don't think he missed a return there, did he, Rhys?
No.
He really pushed for that break.
And Will's probably hit 3 out of 5 first serves, and Rhys has just bunted it back. We just moved back to court 2 while the boys on court 1 are toweling down. And we're still waiting for a score update. The boys have been a little bit slow keeping that scoreboard update, which makes it hard for all the spectators. Still sitting at 4-1. But we've seen Austin looking between courts, won a few points, yeah.
Yeah, he looks very strong, doesn't he, Austin? He's big man, big serve, big forehand.
I was saying to Patsy earlier, he looks like a young Goran Maraging.
Yes, he does. I reckon he's got a bit of phenotype about him.
Okay, Cameron Fenner. He was another great player too, wasn't he? Particularly on the grass court.
Yeah, that's right. Similar sort of style, one-handed backhand, long really wingspan. That's right. Yep. Big wingspan and likes to serve and volley, so a lot of similarities there.
Thank you, Mr. Kilderry. We just got a score update on the second court, the singles. Austin must have broken serve again and held to win that set 6-1. So he was the player to beat in his position today. He was their money man today. Okay, so Rhys is serving for the first set. Got a cheap first point, made his first serve again. I'd be interested to see what his first serve percentage is. I think it'd be 4 out of 5, 8 out of 10. I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. I just think Will needs to knuckle down here. You got to find a way to put this ball back in play and put some pressure back on Rhys.
Yeah,
you don't want to just hand him the first set here.
Because he's played a great first set.
He has.
Oh, he'll be kicking himself there, Rhys.
Oh, he had the sitter, didn't he?
Yeah, and
he had that floating little short forehand.
And Will's done nothing with his return of serve off a high kicking second serve.
Yeah, that was a real opportunity to go 30 love up there.
15 all.
Looking at a second serve here.
Oh, he's doing what he needs to, getting into the point.
There's a little bit of a nervous forehand there. What do you think?
Question: why wouldn't Scott Jones line up against Rhys Johnson today? Is that because of rankings? They can't play each other? Geez, that would have been a great match, wouldn't it?
That's what I was looking forward to when I rocked up. That's what I thought was going to happen.
Yeah.
I thought Rhys would be coming in at 1 playing against Scotty. But yeah, I'm not too sure how it's going. I think maybe something to do with the rankings. You might be right there. But I think Matty Burton's playing 1, isn't he?
He is, yeah. Matt's playing 1.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if it's a tactical thing to maybe secure the win at number 2. Or if it's got something to do with the rankings.
He
had a chance there, Will Hann there, didn't he?
Because she'd be looking at two players who played very, very similar games.
Yes, definitely.
You probably hear Austin in our effects microphone pushing his way strong into the second set now.
Oh, it's a great pickup volley.
That's a beautiful point, isn't it?
Hann did nothing wrong there with that return. He got it low at Rhys's toes. That was just an unbelievable pickup, that backhand volley.
Set point? Set point?
Set point. Set point, yeah.
Yeah, Rhys is just gathering himself here. Be looking for a quality first serve and get him behind it, I would think. Just a ball coming over on the court. Adam Carnes just hit a beautiful half volley passing shot off the back foot past Austin Voss.
Yeah, Rhys will be looking for a first serve here.
Let kick long,
just
second
long.
serve, yeah. He's in trouble here. Yeah, he's doing a great job, isn't he, Will? Doing a great job.
So he's keeping him
Staying
low.
in, yeah.
Keeping it low.
No, great return.
And that's the thing, isn't it? You don't want to hand someone free points like that off second serves. You want to make as many as you can and put the pressure back on.
Well, you're probably feeling he doesn't deserve to drop this first set the way he's played.
Right, the way he's played.
So he can get a break back. He's back in it. He's made his first serve, yeah. And you could hear how important it was to Rhys. Made his first serve, drew the error, and now he's got set point. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, Rhys seems to have an uncanny ability to come up with big shots on big points.
Now, is he going to take a bit of pace off this first serve and make sure he gets in behind it, or is he going to go big? What would you do, MVP?
Yeah, I would be taking a little bit off, trying to hit my spot here. Trying to get that.
He's missed it again.
Just want that free point on set point.
He knows how important it was. Oh, what a tremendous grass court point.
That was a great point of tennis there. Will Hann scrambled.
Yeah, we saw some heavy hitting. We saw some nice volleys. We saw some great slice backhands.
Right. A bit of finesse with those slice backhands. And again, Rhys had the opportunity there to put that smash away and just didn't quite get up to it high enough.
Doing a good job. Will staying in this.
Staying in it. He's not handing it to him.
This one.
It's good.
Yeah. You'll be hoping Rhys doesn't make a first serve. Oh, that's just a beautiful point. Yeah,
that's
just a beautiful point.
That's just very smart tennis. They're swinging out to Will's backhand.
But the control of the racket here, down low and out wide like that.
Right.
Yeah, tremendous, wasn't it? Set point again. This is his third set point. He hasn't made a first serve, so he needs to make a first serve here.
Be looking to set this point up to hit your spot, and then hopefully set up a short ball to put away.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, great point.
And no surprises there. First serve in, first volley, and he wins the point, wins the game, wins the set.
Yeah, I'd love to see the percentage of that when he's made his first serve and serve volley. I reckon it'd be up in the high 90s.
So Hensman off to a great start here, winning the first set of the number fours, and winning the first set on the number twos.
Yes,
so some work for Cottesloe to do.
There's a lot of work to do. Yes, Hensman's got some nice depth in their team today, so it's going to be a tough battle for Cottesloe.
I do think the most bankable players looking for wins in the Cottesloe team are still to come.
Yes,
we're going to see Max Weir is undefeated. We're going to see Scotty Jones is undefeated. Yes. So if they can steal one of these two matches, that's a bonus for them.
Correct. Yep. It's not over by a long shot yet, and I think they also have Brenton coming in for the doubles.
Yes. Yeah. Well, Brenton usually plays with Adam Kehane.
Yes.
And they play very well, two lefties together. I'm trying to think of a player on the men's pro tour who hits his backhand off return of serve, like just blocks it like that, hits it out like that. Federer maybe? Vavrinka? Who else?
Zverev is really...
Zverev? Yeah. Alexander Zverev?
Alexander?
Yeah.
Well, but he's a two-hander though.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about single or double?
Yeah, single-handed.
Oh,
Single-handed.
sorry. Not many singles around now.
No.
Can't think of one quickly. But
Tsitsipas maybe.
Yeah, he'd be probably the better one. I think Tsitsipas actually is probably even better than Federer on his backhand at the moment.
For those who haven't picked the voice, it's the voice of Rob Kilderry,
It is.
the godfather of WA tennis. Still doing tremendous, legendary man. You heard it from Joel Pleydell himself. Doing some excellent work out at the tennis centre still. He's very, very, very humble, very, very shy. And but as I said, Brett will get on and have a conversation a bit later on. You might get a few special comments because he's itching to get the microphone. And so, Rob, chip in any time you feel the need or feel the want.
Yeah, I just think that set there, often if you work out percentage of second serves won, that'll probably give you the winner. But in that situation, they both missed a lot of first serves. But I thought Rhys' second serve was heaps better than Will's. I thought Will was struggling to get into the rally when he returned Rhys' second serve. So I think that was important for the match.
And I would say that Rhys was probably serving at probably 80% on first serves there.
Yeah.
Made it very, very hard for Will to get into the point.
Yeah. Let's see.
Rob, what do you think Will need to do better in this second set?
Sorry.
What do you think Will will need to do better this set?
We'll have to take a little bit off his first serve and get a higher percentage of first serves in for sure. But he's going to have to return better off the backhand. So if you imagine Rhys playing cricket and someone bowled a fast ball at him, he wouldn't be swinging that fast. Whereas Will's swinging really fast to return that second serve, whereas Rhys, I heard Shane mention the timing. He's not even swinging at it. He's just timing it with his weight coming forward.
Correct.
And I think that was a good point, Shane.
Yeah. Just overplayed that drop volley there. I think I'd like to see Will Hann probably lay off those drop volleys and probably try and play a more conventional style and stick that first volley deep. And then if Rhys is able to get that one back, then he's probably got an easier volley to put away at the net. But I'd love to see him put away those drop volleys for now. They're just being overplayed.
I was going to say the same thing. He's got nothing on his volley.
That's
He's
right.
just putting it back into play.
Correct.
And,
They're just a little bit floaty in if they do go in.
Rhys is moving up a lot closer on that second serve.
That's right. As you can see, Will's still missing a few first serves here, so it's making it very difficult to get those easy holds and put the pressure back on Rhys. Ooh.
See, he was about a metre and a half inside the baseline
That's
when he
right.
hit that return.
Yeah, he's just leaning on it, isn't he? Just leaning on it with that body weight like he was saying.
So percentage of second serves won in this match will probably decide it, I would
Yeah,
think.
I tend to agree with you there, Rob. I think Will will still need to step up his first serve percentage if he wants to find his way back into this match.
Of course, you're listening to the dulcet tones of Rob Kilderry. Rob, state coach for a number of years and probably the best known for having a stable of players that included Chris Johnson, Ian Burton, Roger Grant, Tony De Francisco.
Yeah, a few of them. Mary Sawyer was semi-finalist of the Australian. Sawyer got the semi-final of the Australian, but most of them, it's because of how hard they worked. not so much the coaching as so much how the dedication they put in, particularly Chris Johnson is another one.
And who was the hardest worker you've ever worked with?
I think Chris Johnson's right up there. Mary Sawyer worked really hard. I'm trying to think of, there were a lot of them. Well, they had to work hard or they got thrown out of the squad.
Yeah,
Might
mate.
have been sacked now.
Yeah, mate. I'm saying you're starting to sound a lot like Justin Langer.
Yeah, I'd be out.
Yeah, you'd be gone. There's no place for you. No place for me. There's the old saying, wasn't it? The harder I work, the luckier I get.
Exactly.
And it's a little bit different philosophies of coaching the younger ones now.
I was in Harry Hopman's squad many years ago, and his philosophy was you've got to work harder than everybody else. And that was his philosophy. And if you were lazy, you were out, you know. And but Hoppy, he wouldn't get a job now. He'd be on the front page of the West for all the terrible things he'd be doing. We've seen that play over the last couple of weeks, haven't we? Respect for the game, respect for your opponents, all those sorts of things, you know.
Boys left us stop play here for a moment while ball comes across on their second court. And of course, at that time, there was a stable of Australian players, wasn't there? They're just some tremendous players. How about list some of those players who were sort of around at the time that under the influence of Hopman? Because they were all demonstrated superb sportsmanship. They were hard workers.
Correct. There was Lou Hard, Ken Rosewall, Bob Hewitt, Ken Fletcher, Mal Anderson. I mentioned Lou Hard, but that 1953 Davis Cup was probably one of the greatest Davis Cups of all time. And then under there was Marty Mulligan coming through, Frank Gorman, who unfortunately got killed in a road accident when he was a top junior. The list goes on, and a lot of girls as well. Margaret Court was coming through at that time, and she changed women's tennis by her physical approach to tennis.
Yes, didn't she? Yeah.
And she went to the same gym as I did Melbourne, but I couldn't lift quite as much as she did.
she bench pressed more than you could.
Yeah.
Fabulous, fantastic.
And of course, you had Leslie Turner, who wasn't bad either. She won the French Open.
Oh, love this shot here from Will Hann. He's getting into this game now. We're seeing a lot more fists, aren't we? A lot more fists out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's geeing himself up. Knows how important it is. And I remember a couple of stories of in Harry Hopman's days when everybody else was inside because it was too hot and everybody was inside because it was too cold. He had his players out there then because nobody else would be doing any work then.
Well, I was one of them because I remember one day we started at 9 o'clock. I think I threw up about 9:20. And at 12:30, I said to Alan Stone, "What time's lunch?" He says, "Hoppy doesn't do lunch." I finished at 2:30.
Great stuff. Great stuff.
Yeah, they were all great days, really. He also told me I wasn't very good. I won't make it, so best to get back to Perth. But I always respected his, the comments he made.
Absolutely.
And when I look back, I think he said the right thing.
He did, yeah. So what was your greatest achievement in tennis other than bringing a young boy along? What was your greatest achievement in tennis?
Probably last 16, the Australian, and I beat number 8 seed in the round of 32, I guess, Bora Jovanovic from Yugoslavia.
Okay, yeah.
I guess that's what got me into Hoppy squad. But
so last 16, the Australian Open.
That's it.
Yeah. Was that your best singles result?
Oh, yeah, outside of Perth,
Okay.
Yeah, that would have been. Yeah.
Do you remember what your ranking was?
I really don't know how rankings worked in those days.
No.
Of course, I never went overseas. We couldn't afford to go overseas. That's why probably Hoppy said, maybe pick another sport or do something else, because to travel overseas to make a living, I think the big one was you're on a show court playing Jovanovic, and you've got a Coke machine on the side of the court, and you could have a free Coke on every change, but there was no check at the end of the match.
And when you were travelling overseas, you travelled by boat too, didn't you, just about?
Oh, yeah, probably a 3-month trip. I don't know how long it was.
Yeah.
But,
no long haul flights, that's for sure.
No. It's a case of seeing if Will can take advantage of Rhys' second serve here.
We're just trying to get a score update on court 1. I've been distracted talking to Rob Kilderry. Rob, what are you pointing to?
Well, the first set was 6-1. And it
Yeah,
looks
that's
like
on the battle of the fours.
that's on the second
Back
court.
on. So we've just got word from Joel, who's sitting next to me here. We're back on serve now. 1-1. Yeah, he'll live and die by that forehand, won't he? Yeah, he'll hit a lot of winners off it, but he'll make a lot of errors off it. And do you see anything in his setup and his technique that's sort of contributing to that?
Well, I think when he gets a ball like that, he's got too much backswing. He's got to get his racket out in front of his body so he can move it across or get inside the ball and hit down the line. But he's just facing the ball, which means it's only a small weakness, but it's something that should be addressed.
Yeah, I think there's a few unforced errors creeping in on both players at the moment. I think it may be a bit of a letdown on that first set after the first set because the first set was such high quality, but it seems to be a few more unforced errors creeping in. Maybe just a lack of focus from both players. They've just got to tighten up a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think first serves are very important for Will at the moment. I think he's not getting anything out when he's using his second serve. Rhys is getting into every rally.
Yep. I was just about to say I'd love to see Will Hann just serve a few more first or second serves to Rhys' forehand, because that seems to be the side that Rhys is less comfortable returning with. And as I said that, he just picks up a nice little continental forehand there with a deep return, and Will Hann was unable to get it back.
Yeah, but I think you're right about that, because if he serves to his forehand, Rhys is not going to hurt him with his forehand. He's going to block it back.
Correct.
That was a bit lucky, the last one, I think.
A bit of a lucky one there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
But yeah, I'd love to see Will Hann change it up a bit on his serve and go more to Rhys' forehand.
Well, I think if he makes Rhys hit the ball somehow, bounce it a bit, do something,
That's right. That's right. But yeah, I think you're right, Rob. I think his first serve percentage is quite low at the moment. I think that needs to
second
pick up.
serve now, see what happens.
Yeah. There you go. Got away with that one on a second serve.
Yeah.
He's got beautiful action though, doesn't he? Old Will Hann,
serve.
left-handed.
Oh, yeah,
beautiful
terrific
action.
I mean, both the players are playing fantastic, really. I mean, probably we've got to sort out why one is winning and why one is losing.
That's right,
but
yes.
at the end of the day, you've got to give them credit for,
Yep.
it's a grass court, they're playing fantastic
That's
tennis, yeah.
Whoa. Beautiful return there by Rhys.
See, once again, Rhys is not under any pressure on the return.
No, that's right. That's right, he's getting a free swing at it.
Will may be better to serve more at the body
Yep.
instead of going left and right.
Yep.
I think it might change it up a bit.
Yep. I agree. I think I'd love to see him just mix it up a bit more. So you've been doing a little bit of work with Matty Ebden when he comes back to Perth?
Oh, not a lot, but
Not
I
a
did
lot?
the year before last a lot more probably. But
Yeah. Do you think we'll see him playing a bit more doubles?
I
later
think
in his
so.
career?
I think that's his future, really.
Yep.
He's, 34 years of age now?
That's
is he?
right.
Yeah, so I think, and he's an extremely fit fella. So
His movement is probably his biggest weapon, isn't it?
Absolutely, and probably another one that I think in dubs he should serve at the body a little more, because he
Yep.
probably haven't got that massive serve that he can
That's
serve
correct.
wide
That's
and
right.
wide, you know what I mean? But
Yep, I agree.
he volleys really well. He's got a great attitude.
He does.
Competes hard on every point. It's a bit like, I get back to cricket, you know, every ball in cricket's important. And I think every ball in tennis is important, but not to everyone, you know.
That's right.
We know
I
some
agree.
players that take a break for a while.
Yep, we won't name names, but I think you can read between the lines. I said we won't name names, but we think we know some of those players.
And the other thing, I think Rhys is returning serve much better than Will.
Yeah.
Like, nothing wrong with what Will's doing, but in terms of the matchup, Will's not getting any free points on his serve. Yeah.
Rhys is pressuring him every point. Yep. I don't think I've seen Will Hann have a easy, comfortable hold yet.
No, probably in the whole match.
No,
yeah.
not in the whole match, which you probably tend to used to seeing on the grass court with Will. Getting some comfortable
I think
holds.
Will's improved his serve a bit though. He's getting
it's a very
bit more
nice
shoulder
looking,
rotation.
yep.
He's looking good.
Yeah, it's got a great action. It's just wide there with that forehand from Will Hann. Seems to be his bit of a nemesis, that forehand.
And the other thing with Rhys, he's hitting quite a few returns straight down the middle.
Yep.
And what I said earlier, Will's not getting around the ball that well, you know.
Yeah. So you think he could be a little bit quicker getting around?
I think he's got to turn on the ball.
Yeah.
Because once he turns on the ball, he can hit it left or right.
That's right.
Yeah, but it's all about time, isn't it? You know, you got to be able to go forward and hit the ball.
Yep.
And on the second serve, Rhys will move up 2 metres to return the second, whereas Will's still back a bit.
Yeah, that's right. And you see a lot of Will's forehands. His weights tend to be going backwards a lot of the time. And you see Rhys, he's always leaning in on the ball.
It's a good ball.
It's a great forehand by Rhys there. Excuse the language if you pick that up on the camera there. It's young Will Hann getting frustrated.
Was getting to a point where pace of shot, there's a big difference in pace of shot in the rally. You know, like and Will's forehand's his best shot, but most of the time he's going to hit it to Rhys's backhand.
Yeah, and Rhys
is going to either chop it and make it very difficult for him to hit the next shot.
Yeah.
Or Rhys is going to load up on his double. So
Yeah.
Rhys looks the winner.
Yes.
Unless things change.
Yeah, I think it's a very awkward matchup for Will Hann because I think Rhys's backhand is probably better than his forehand. And he's much more solid and more comfortable, I think, on his backhand side, Rhys. So, and it's for Will being a left-hander, he likes to swing the ball out to the backhand side. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? We got 3 breaks of serves to start this.
So what's that? 2-1.
2-1 to Rhys, yes. All breaks of serves. It's unusual on a grass court, isn't it?
That's it. Well, no one's actually served buying much except Rhys when Rhys does it. And there again, Rhys has got a lot more on his volley than Will has.
I think he's got a bit more experience as well, and I think Rhys...
Yeah, well, he's nailing his volleys.
That's right.
I think you mentioned before, Will was just hitting his volleys short, which, you know, the guy's already moving up when Will's got a volley. Yeah,
that's exactly right, Yeah, I'd be looking to hit those volleys nice and deep, and if he grabs it back, then you've probably got an easy put away on the net anyway. So rather than being too cute with it, I reckon you just play a more conventional style.
So I'm trying to figure out a way how Will can win the match, and I probably haven't got the answer right.
No, I don't think I have the answer either at the moment. Rhys just seems to just be too strong at this stage. I think Rhys has come up time and time again on those big pressure points.
That's it.
A bit more experience, I think, than Will Hann. He's had 4 years of college. And you'll tend to see Rhys go a bit more aggressive on those big points as well.
I think he's looking a lot more confident now as well.
Yeah,
which makes a big difference.
Yeah, with the first set under his belt, he looks a lot more comfortable.
See, that's like Will's forehand, because he leans back a lot. He doesn't get the same power.
No,
in the
that's
shot.
right.
Yeah.
So he has to rely on that high spin rate. Oh, he's just pushed that volley long there, Rhys.
Probably could have let that one go.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
He's been pretty good with those volleys all day. That's a loose one there.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the time they play on hard courts, so playing on the grass is a little bit unusual for them.
Yes.
Unless there are a few grass courts, but a lot of the time, if they're playing tennis, they're on hard courts most of the year, I'd imagine.
Yeah, that is correct. Again, just another beautiful play there by Rhys. He swung that serve out wide towards backhand and then closed in on the net.
Rhys has got a great slice backhand, and that transfers into his volley.
Yep.
He's got a lot more revolutions on the ball.
That's right.
And he really nails it.
Yeah. You see, he really commits and he stays low when he goes for that slice. His weight is very low.
Yeah. So you see where Will is now. He's way back for the second serve.
It's a better return there by Will.
Yeah, but see, there's no pressure on.
No, that's
Rhys
right. You see that.
There's Will returning the second serve. He's got to make up his mind.
Yeah.
He's really going after this second serve.
That's right. Again, I think after the return, that second ball by Will was a bit of a nothing shot. Just landed in the middle of the box and allowed Rhys to get around, hit that forehand.
He's probably going to have to smack it and go in, I would say. Will.
I think he's going to have to be a bit more aggressive now.
Yeah. So here's his chance now. See what he does.
Right.
Let's see, he's hitting the ball 4 feet over the net with shape, and on grass court, you've got to hit it flatter and harder.
Yep. That's right. Again, you see that forehand by Will just landed down straight down the middle, just allowed
So
Rhys.
what's that score now? Is that 4-2? Have I got it wrong? I can't see from here. I think it's 4-2.
3-1, I think.
Oh, is
Rob?
it? Sorry.
3-1.
Yeah, so correct. Yeah, 3-1.
Yeah, that was an easy consolidate of the break there by Rhys.
So Will's got to work out how he can win points.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to start with the first serve percentage. Yeah. It's going to have to start making some first serves.
But see how easy he returned that fault. He just pushed it out in front.
That's right.
Easy.
And probably still harder than Will's return. Just using that body weight coming forward.
That was a better shot. A bit of a rougher one there, working off the court.
Yep, hit both corners there. It was a great approach.
Yeah. So I think with Will's forehand, he's got to hit a little short and get more width.
Yep.
I think hitting it deep, he's not winning the points.
No. Well, he's not pushing Rhys around, is he?
No.
He's letting Rhys dictate at the moment. I think we need to see Will get around those forehands and start moving him side to side.
That's right. It just shows you what potential these guys have got, depending on what they're doing in life, but they play some great tennis.
Yeah. Great serve there. That's better.
That's a good serve.
Yep. So I think Will Hann's going to have to find a few more of those.
I think so.
And then hold those easy ones, and then get back to the return, and then make Rhys play. You got to put some pressure back on him.
He's right. He's got to get Rhys off the court.
Yep. Yep.
Oh.
We got a bit of a dodgy bounce there by Will. He hit a nice little knife slice there, and it just nearly rolled. Bit of luck there. But yes, hopefully Will Hann can hold here, and then you'd be looking to get that first point on Rhys's serve to build that pressure. That's what I'd be looking to do.
Rhys also has got more on his slice backhand than Will. I mean, when he hits his slice, he's got complete control.
Yep.
He's like Federer, like, and he's off the go. He can stay in the rally with that slice, no problem at all.
He doesn't overplay it as well, does he? He
No, he
just
doesn't have to,
hits
he
his
just
spot.
Takes it nice and easy.
Yep. Good serve there by Hann.
So the other thing, from Will's point of view, pretty well every forehand return Rhys hits, he basically slices it off the first serve. So Will should be serving and volleying to his forehand, and he's got an easy volley, and he's got to make Rhys come over the ball, and that could change the match.
Yep, I tend to very much agree with you there, Rob. Definitely. All right.
Thank you, Rob Kilderry,
Yes.
for some fantastic dulcet tones and some knowledge that none of us have. So thank you very much, Rob. See you soon.
Welcome back, Shane.
So what's been happening? Bring me up to speed.
Yes, so what have we got here? We got a break of serve. So we've got
Rhys is still up.
Rhys is up a break of serve here.
3-2.
3-2. Hann just had a comfortable hold there, and I think he found a few more first serves, which is nice. But now I think he's going to knuckle down into Rhys's serve and try and get that first point. I'd be looking to make as many balls back as I can here and just build that pressure.
Okay. Well, the money man, Austin Voss, has had a win. Straight sets out there. Hensman would have penciled in for a win before they started the day. Coming in with some fine form, 5 out of 5 singles wins. So well done to Austin Voss with a strong straight sets win over Adam Kehane. As we said at the start of the day, a big ask for Adam to come in. He's replaced Sam English today. And a big ask to come in and try to beat Austin on a grass court. So congratulations to Austin. And so Hensman have got the first rubber. So we're back to court 1. We got Rhys Johnson serving, 3-2 with a break. And it's all to do for Hann at the moment, isn't it?
It is. You just see there that had a look at a second serve there off Rhys, but the ball just got up on him, so I don't think Hann needs... I think he needs to start looking to move a little bit closer in to get that return in that hitting zone. You see he caught that frame there just above his shoulders.
Good comments from Joel Pleydell, twice MVP state leg. Said he knew how to play on a grass court, that's for sure. I reached out to your older brother when I knew he was coming back to Perth and I knew you were in the box, and I said, so what was your history against the young fella Joel? I said, oh, he had nothing. He couldn't hurt me. That's what he said.
Yeah, that's right. I was a pretty small young fella, actually, so didn't really have much of a serve back then because I was nowhere near the height I am now growing up. But
yeah, tall streak of misery now. How tall are you now? 192, 191?
Nah, not quite that high. 185.
185?
185, around there.
Yeah,
that's a great play there from Rhys Johnson.
Point. And he started off the match doing that, and he's continued his way through it. You know, that was the way he's going to win this match, because Will's reluctant to come in. Yep. And of course, when you're serving as well as he is, he's still serving at high numbers. It makes it a lot easier to get in there. But he's still got to be at the volley, and his volleys have been sound, haven't they?
His volleys are exceptional. I think the 4 years in college did him a world of good for his net game. They play a lot of doubles over there in the college system. I think Rhys was ranked #1 at one stage in the NCAAs in the doubles.
That's correct. You're right, yep. Yeah, great run from Will, but net control again.
Exceptional volleys again.
Yeah. Just
Again, I don't think Will did much wrong there. He cracked a return there straight at his feet. Rhys just leant on it, got a nice little angle. Then Rhys kept it low, and again that backhand volley low. I don't think Rhys has missed one yet.
might have just heard in the effects microphone there, Will talking to himself, acknowledging the fact he's not doing enough on that second serve. It's obviously very, very tough when it's a good first serve, but a second serve, he's got to get into the point better.
That's right.
Land the ball mid-court is going to put him under pressure straight away, and that's what's happened. So
Yep.
a pretty easy hold to Rhys Johnson. So 2-4. Will's got to get it back into this match now, otherwise it's going to pass him pretty quickly. So the first thing, he's got to hold serve here.
It's got to hold.
Must hold serve. Drop serve here, he's in a whole heap of pain.
Yep. Another good return there by Rhys, that backhand. I think, again, we need to see Will Hann change it up a little bit with that serve. Just too many serves to Rhys's backhand, which he's more comfortable with. I would like to see some sliders into the body or some flat out wides to Rhys's forehand. Just give him a different look.
Yeah, going back to the conversation we had about Rhys matching up against Scott Jones, I was talking to a couple of the Cottesloe players, and whilst they thought that Rhys would probably be the best chance to beat Scott, they felt that probably the odds were with Scott to win that. And so Rhys is obviously playing himself at number 2 to try to get a win there.
Okay, so it was more of a tactical move.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, lovely ball. That's the forehand he's been waiting for.
Yeah. So we need to see a bit more of that. That was a more aggressive shot there by Will, and I think if he wants to get back into this match, he needs to find a lot more of those aggressive balls.
So we're just getting the number 3s getting ready to play. We've got Vuk Velickovic. He's going to have a tough match against Max Weir, who's undefeated. Yeah, lovely first serve straight at the body.
Found a first serve there. That was right into the body. That's what we've been looking for.
It just shows you, doesn't it, though? It doesn't need to be big. It doesn't need to be out wide in the middle. That went straight at his body and pinned him.
Very
and
nice.
Couldn't do anything with it at all.
Yep. And probably an easier serve to hit than going for your spots out wide or down the tee, hitting the lines.
Yeah, good point. First serve let. We always had to come up with a couple of big forehands. He realises how important this is.
Yep, very aggressive there by Will Hann. That was great, great tennis.
And of course, today's play has been brought to you by Goods Property Services, our naming rights sponsor of State League. So thank you very much for the support of Goods Property Services. The crowd is built. It's a huge crowd here at Cottesloe today. This game's just tightening up a little bit now. Needs to finish this game, get through this game.
Rhys has been absolutely exceptional on those returns with that backhand. He's putting him a foot from the line and building a mountain of pressure under for Will Hann to hold.
Just missed it. Back to Juice. Game's tightened up now. And certainly the intensity in this game, Joel's tightened, hasn't it, too? The boys are hitting the ball harder.
Right.
Certainly a lot more focused now. It's a pretty big game here. 2-4 Juice. Yeah, I'm sure Rhys feels if he can break serve here, he can serve and hold it out, win the match. And, of course, Will's got to hold this serve. Otherwise he's got to break twice.
That's right, yeah, this is a must hold for Will.
So Juice, big point here. Oh, lovely point.
Great pass.
Lovely point. Tough way to win a point, though.
Yeah, so he got a little bit of luck there with that second last forehand. It nearly,
he didn't.
the ball got a little bit behind him, and he just just made it over the net.
Well, the problem was he hit that forehand in the tram lines on the forehand court. So
That's right.
he had a long way to track to get back into that open court. And, of course, he got the ball late and came up short.
Yeah.
And but come up with a tremendous passing shot. So game point here. Again, tough way to win a point, though.
Very tough way to win a point. Yep, he's not finding it easy to get those cheap ones off the first serve.
This is when he needs to be hitting a nice breaking serve wide, covered down the line, give him the cross court, volley open court if you get a volley.
I'd love the serve volley here, out wide.
He's had a bit of success with that body serve, hasn't he?
He
We saw a
has.
second serve body serve.
Yeah, tremendous amount of kick on it as well.
Did what he needed to do, held serve, and he's come up with 2 great body serves. We're just moving across to court 2, and we're seeing the number 3s. It's our first look, or certainly my first look at Vuk Velickovic for a long period of time. I remember him as a junior before he went away. He used to get 2 hands off both sides.
Two-handed both
and,
sides, that's correct.
Didn't see that very often. Looks like he's sort of changed a little bit, hitting a forehand sometimes with one hand. It's a big ask for him because he's playing Max Weir, and as we've stated before, Max has had a tremendous year this year, undefeated. So there's a lot of work for Vuk to do. But the word on the street, the word out and about there is that Vuk's the sort of player who can get under the skin of Max a little bit. And do you know Vuk at all?
Yes, playing juniors against Vuk, he was a tremendous talent growing up. Yeah, you're right. As you say, he likes to get under the skin of his opponents.
Did you have him covered?
No, I didn't actually.
Did you have anybody covered?
I don't think I've had anyone covered, mate. I had no weapons. I was just a little boy trying to run down every ball.
Just speaking to the twice State League MVP, Joel Pleydell. And so Joel, so Vuk was pretty strong player?
Vuk was a very strong junior, yes. Yes, I think we played him in a lot of junior finals together growing up. Yeah, obviously very unique to have someone that plays two-handed both sides, but very talented and has a lot of fight. He will not give up any ball.
Yeah. So Rhys serving at 4-3 with a break. That's a lovely
Great shot.
There's been a definite lift in intensity out here on the first court between the number 2s, Rhys Johnson and Will Hann, and it looks like Will's really into this now, isn't he? He's got his first point against serve. That's
so very important to get that first point there for Will Hann. You could see it with the expression at the end of that point, letting out a big come on. He's sort of sensing the occasion here. He wants to push Rhys.
He's got the first point against serve, so love 15.
Yep.
Well, serve looked a bit long from here, but Will, to his credit, played it.
Yep.
So again, good first serve. And again, we see Rhys hitting his first serves in and winning most of those points.
Yep. Yep, again, both players having tremendous success with those body serves.
Just gathering himself here. A few deep breaths. Yeah, another first serve again. It'd be interesting to see what his stats are when he hits his first serve and how many points he wins.
Yeah, I think
we've talked about he's hitting about 80% first serves, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's around 70% when he does hit his first serve and he wins a point.
Yeah.
It's been the secret from today, or so far, 30-15.
Yeah, I think that's been the key difference between the two. I think Rhys has made a lot of his first serves, and Will, unfortunately, hasn't had that success with his first serve.
Oh, I lovely point.
Beautiful pass there.
Yeah, saw that serve early, didn't he, down the middle? Got it early, came forward to it and across, bunted it through the through to the backhand side for a quality pass. 30-all, big point here. You can probably hear in the FX microphone some of the comments from the crowd. The crowds are huge added today.
And pressure moment there, and Rhys has come up with the first serve. I think that's been another key for this match. All those big pressure points, 30-alls, break point down.
Makes the first serve.
He comes up with a good play.
Point for Rhys to go 5-3. Again, we've seen Will go and towel off. It's been his pattern through the whole match after every point. Led on the first serve, 2 to come. So we got 40-30, point for 5-3. Oh, that's just a beautiful point,
that's
isn't it?
That's great tennis.
I mean, again, Will's done nothing wrong, has he?
Nothing wrong. He's got it
hit
at
a beautiful
toes.
return, nice and low. And Rhys, with the quality of his hands, has just feathered that ball over, and then it's just died on the grass court. So well held. So 3-5. Will's must hold here again, otherwise it's going to be all over. So 3-5 break to Rhys Johnson. Needs to make a high number of first serves here. Bit of frustration. Oh, and again, he's gone to the body again,
Body
hasn't
serve,
he? Yeah, he's had a bit of success with that recently. Served at the body, and second serve, and you saw Rhys trapped up on his forehand. Probably would have been better taking a step to the other side and hitting a backhand. So it's followed him around. He knows it. It's a quality second serve. Well done. 15 love.
Great swinging first serve there by Will Hann.
30
Got
love.
that out wide. Yeah, a little bit of a let off in that first point by Rhys. He got to look at that second serve. He'd be kicking himself a little bit.
Yeah, he knows it's important. You can sort of see him in the having a bit of a chat to himself. 30 love.
Okay, that was another good play by Will. Again, targeting that forehand.
Yeah,
he's getting a bit more success in his second set with it.
And Rhys is disappointed because it was a cheap point. 40 love. Serving to go 4-5. Yeah, lovely, yeah. It was all or nothing from Rhys then, wasn't it? Yeah, it was all or nothing. He knew he was out of position.
That's right.
If he was good enough to hit into the open court, he was going to win the point. So he knew that.
Actually a very good return as well.
But he wasn't coming back
He
from it,
wasn't
was
coming
he?
back.
Yeah, it was a beauty. So now we've got Rhys serving at 5-4 for the match here.
Match.
Yes.
That would take Hensman the first two rubbers.
You know, I think Hensman, we've talked about the Austin Voss match, but I think Hensman would have probably penciled in Rhys to win this one as well.
Yeah.
Certainly, good judges picked Rhys to win this one. Yeah, you're right. Thank you, Mr. Kilderry in the background there. CEO of Tennis West made a different call, but we'll yet to see who knows a little bit more about tennis or not. We'll see in a minute. I might go and see Mr. Brett Patten, ask him if he wants to change his mind now. He's always been a fair weather sailor. So Scotty Jones in the chair alongside Will Hann, just to give him a bit of encouragement, maybe a bit of strategy. Of course, it's one of the initiatives they have at State League. They can have someone sitting in the chair next to them. Spectators getting behind Will Hann here, trying to lift him on this last game. Could be the last game if Scotty holds, Rhys holds serve like he has been pretty well through the whole match, really.
Yep. Yep, made a higher number of first serves.
So Rhys is serving for the match 5-4, second set. Oh, it's a beautiful shot. Beautiful shot from Will Hann here. Backhand cross court. I think probably Rhys is looking for down the line, but he didn't cover the cross court, and a lovely point.
Yep.
Great first point from Will Hann.
Yep, very important first point there from Will Hann to build that pressure.
And it's all about who can hold their nerve here, isn't it, Joel?
Right. That's right.
You were well known for holding your nerve under big points, crisis times, weren't you? Hey?
Or imploding.
Well, he's hit him twice.
Again,
he's gone down the line this time. I think that was the one Rhys was sitting on last time, and he went cross court. And I think this time he was looking cross court. He went down the line, so he's befuddled at the moment. Two great points from Will Hann.
Yeah, he looks.
Love 30, big chance here. Must get into this point.
Hardest time to hold, isn't it? Is when you're serving for the match.
Yeah.
There you go. He's found a good serve though. First serve out wide.
Yeah, and Rhys missed his first couple of first serves, so he's taken a bit of pace off that one as the experienced player that he is. Took a bit of pace off it, took it nice and wide. Out to the lefty's backhand, which is always a tough return out there. 15-30. Yeah, great point. 30 all. Again, not you know, Wood didn't do a lot wrong there, did he? But the slice forehand that Rhys came up with just stayed so low.
Again,
had no other option to try and hit a top spin lob. Too far back in the court to be hitting that.
Yep. Again, that experience from Rhys there. Big pressure point, 15-30.
Now, is he going to go big on serve or three-quarter first serve?
I think he's going to go wide again here. He's had success with it.
Oh, you've called it. Oh, look at you.
Made him play
that's why you were twice MVP State League, wasn't it? You called that serve. You knew exactly what he was going to do. And got out of jail free, really, then, didn't he?
He did. He just scrambled that ball back in play, didn't he, Will, there? And just made him play a high backhand volley. It's a toughest volley to hit.
So 30-40 break point for Hann. Yeah, great point.
Great hand skills
there by Rhys. Great point from both players there.
Great racket control on that volley, doesn't he?
The big young fella moved really well to get to that one. Does move well for a big fella. And nice touch from Rhys again, wasn't it?
Oh,
just
got great
soft hands, quality return, but just soft hands.
He knows exactly where his racket face is at all times.
Juice. Okay, he's pulled the trigger, hasn't he? He's taken the risk and gone down the middle. He's gone wide the last two serves, gone big down the middle and come up with a good one.
Again.
Advantage serve, match point here for Rhys Johnson.
These big moments, that experience comes in.
Will's just taking his time. Went big again, missed it by a long way. Oh, unlucky, unlucky. Could have rolled over, it would have been juice again. So, second set to Rhys Johnson, 6-4. 6-4, and a straight set win to Hensman Park Tennis Club. Gives Hensman the first two rubbers of the day. And we're going to invite... CEO of Tennis West, Mr. Patten, back into the commentary box.
Thank you, Shane Smedley. Of course, we're going to speak to Hensman Park winning member in his singles today, Austin Voss, from a big win out there, helping his team get up to a 2-rubbers-to-love lead against the highly fancied Cottesloe. The top of the table clash here at Cottesloe Tennis Club, Hensman Park versus Cottesloe, and Hensman Park off to a flying start, winning the opening 2 singles matches here, and looking forward to seeing Scotty Jones come on against Matty Burton. Scotty Jones undefeated this season so far for Cottesloe Tennis Club, and Matthew Burton, one of the up-and-coming juniors for WA. We're staying on court number 2, Vuk Velickovic up against Max Weir. Max undefeated throughout the year for Cottesloe Tennis Club. Interesting styles out here on court number 1. As we welcome Austin Voss to the commentary, and big congratulations on your win. Form must be, I mean, you must be pretty happy with your form. I did hear that you weren't happy with the way you played today, although it was a straight sets victory against Cottesloe's Adam Kehane. I mean, what do you put your good form down to this season?
Probably confidence. It was a good start of the year. Got a couple of good wins, really good scores. And yeah, so just you got to keep the ball rolling.
Yes, and winning form's good form. You're winning a lot of doubles as well, playing a lot of the tournaments, winning doubles titles with your good mate Ethan Cook. And Ethan's part of the Hensman Park team. He's not here today. He's away. He's playing some tournaments on the East Coast, and obviously quarantining being what it is, won't be able to come back anytime soon, I wouldn't imagine. So today, top of the table matchup. I mean, were you seriously considering the matchups Thursday, Friday night about who you'd be playing?
Oh, we talked about it probably start of the week. It was definitely the biggest round so far this year. But yeah, with our manager Ellen, we like to talk tactics a lot. So I think since Tuesday, Monday, we've been talking about matchups, and we're pretty happy with the matchups right now.
Absolutely, and this will dictate really the winner of this match, who will get that home grand final. Both teams, Cottesloe and Hensman, have been playing terrific tennis throughout this season, and this win today, if it goes Hensman way, you'll be in the box seat to play the grand final at Hensman. But having said that, you've bit about your career. You've spent a lot of time over in the States. You played at college for 3 or 4 years.
4, yeah.
How did you find the tennis program? Where were you? What college were you actually
University of New Orleans, I finished up at.
And how did you find the program compared to some of the programs over here and I guess the quality of matches you're getting at State League?
Yeah, State League level is definitely probably equal and sometimes as good, as better than in college for sure. But I'd say the professionalism in college trumps it a little bit. It's pretty much your job there. They give you a scholarship. They pay a lot of money for you to be there, to study there. They want you to perform. It's pretty cutthroat. So say if you lose a couple matches in a row, you might be out of the team. Whereas over here in State League, look, it's not good to lose a couple matches in a row, but you won't be cut from the team straight away, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I do, mate. And you've got a great depth in your Hensman Park side this year. Of course, we just saw Rhys Johnson, who was a former NCAA #1 ranked doubles player. Vuk Velickovic, we're watching his match up against the undefeated Max Weir. What can you tell us about Vuk? He comes into your team sort of midway through this season, but certainly adds significant experience and depth. What can you tell the listeners about Vuk?
Oh, ex-college player as well, so absolute probably best team player I've seen. Loves the team, gets around us, will compete. So if you want the perfect teammate right now, it's Vuk. Playing some good tennis as well.
He's a bigger build for a tennis player. He obviously likes to spend a lot of his time in the gym lifting the weights. Does that impact his movement around the court?
Not at all. Somehow, no idea how, but for being as big as he is, he can move.
He's a prodigious talent, no question about that. And the rest of the doubles matchups today, no Ethan Cook. You and him have been pretty much undefeated this year in State League and at tournament level. So not giving it too much away, but what are the doubles?
There's a couple options, I think, quietly. Maybe me and Rhys J at number 2.
Rhys Johnson?
Yeah.
Okay, well, your form's very good.
Yeah, so far we're undefeated as well, so hopefully we'll keep that going.
And the captain of the Hensman Park, Evan Manso, he's waiting in the wings to come and play some doubles?
For sure, dub specialist. Lost only 1 match this year, so yeah, he'll be coming in as well, that's for sure.
Very strong combination for Hensman Park. Austin Voss, thank you, mate. Looking forward to your doubles. Looking forward to you making the finals and some great tennis over the next couple of weeks.
Thank you, Brett. Cheers.
Aussie Voss joining us here, talking all about his build up to this match, top of the table clash today. As we're watching Max Weir, Vuk Velickovic just overplaying that forehand Maxi Weir. This is going to be a tough match for Max Weir. Again, undefeated, his first year in State League, and is playing tremendous tennis. But this match against Vuk, who's, as you heard from Austin, is a great team player and formerly at college in the US for about 3 or 4 years. Unorthodox style, both hands off the forehand and the backhand. And then you can hear the big come on from Vuk overplaying that forehand wide, Max Weir. Max just not getting the same ball that he probably has faced over the best part of these 12 rounds of State League shown. The ball's slicing, it's dipping, it's flat. Vuk's just really starting to change his style up, and that's causing Max Weir all sorts of problems.
He's rather an eccentric player, isn't he, Vuk? He sort of comes up with stuff you just don't expect him to see. Listen, I'm happy to excuse you for a few minutes. I am chasing a pepper steak pie with sauce. We did have a... We're not allowed to bet in tennis, of course, but we had a sort of a friendly wager before the match started on the outcome of the number two singles players, and let's just say there's one better judge than another in this commentary booth.
Today's only young. Sure, we'll see out a few more matches that will go either way. As we go to court number 1, Scotty Jones is from Cottesloe, closest to the camera. He is undefeated throughout this Goods Property Services State League competition. Comes up against Matthew Burton, who again is a really high-performing athlete throughout the last couple of seasons. Son of Ashley Burton, who was a former winner of the State League with Hensman Park, and of course his sister Hayley was the captain of the Hensman Park State League winning side last year. Great pedigree, the Burtons.
Do you give Matthew any chance to beat Scott Jones today?
Look, on grass, I think this sets up nicely for Scotty Jones. He's an all-court player, but he's an incredibly intelligent player on the court, Scotty. So he'll work the angles, he'll understand the bounces, the nuances of playing on grass. Matty will really just try to stay back, play his game, and a bit more of a counter-puncher from the back of the court. So I don't think that style is going to suit him on grass against Scott Jones. He'll probably need to be a bit more aggressive. There's always a chance. While there's two people on the court, there's always a chance.
You know, I would have thought that when Cottesloe arrived here today to play, looking at the matchups, they probably would have thought that they're probably going to struggle in the first round of singles with their 2 and their 4, given the players they're up against with Rhys Johnson, obviously, and Austin Voss. But I think they would have fancied the chances on both these courts. I can't make a case for Matthew Burton to beat Scotty Jones, and how I've seen Scotty play, particularly on a grass court. And the unknown for me, and I know we talked about this off camera, was how Max Weir is going to go against Vuk Velickovic. Vuk is something just completely different, and Max would never have seen a player play like Vuk does with the shots he comes up with and his stroke production.
Nice deep, and you can hear Vuk firing up, break a serve here, and you can see him really just charging himself up. That ball caught the back edge of the line, died on Max Weir, and again, Max hasn't found himself in positions where he had to come from behind. He's been a front runner this season. I think he's won 9 singles from 9 attempts, but this matchup against Vuk, again, it's a style of player he wouldn't have come up against before, causing him some problems here early in this first set, down an early break. Yeah,
I think, as you know, I think it'll be hard to be interesting to see how Max handles the pressure if he's down. It's very easy to be playing when you're up front, and he's had a great season, as we know. And of course, you can see and you can hear in the effects microphone, Vuk is in your face on every point, isn't he? And it takes me back to a time when we were playing. Do you remember a player, Gavin Ploughs? Gavin was in your face every point, wasn't he?
Intensity through the roof. One of the great players from Dalkeith Tennis Club. I had the privilege of winning a state league with Gavin Ploughs in 1991.
Fierce competitor.
Absolutely.
Fierce competitor.
South African, still loves his tennis. Overplaying that first serve. Starting to see the body language, a little bit of negativity in that body language from Max Weir at the moment. Again, there's that ball, mid-court, slicing, not giving the height that Max is used to. He's a little getting frustrated. You can see the shoulders just slumping a little bit.
Yeah, he's doing well, Vuk. He's changing speeds and spins all the time, not giving Max anything to set up on regularly.
Great rally. As you can see, the response from Vuk, just firing the crowd up. Nice hands at the net there, and the spectators have come to see this. He's got a lot of his mates in the crowd. They're all wearing the cut-off shirts with the
gym gear.
Gym gear, as you can see. He spends a bit of time there working around lifting some heavy metal, and it's certainly paying dividends today against Max Weir. A beautiful response there from Maxie. Lively cross court, controlled that ball.
I think for me, what it'll come down to is Vuk's clearly going to be in Max's face all day. Max is only young, only 17 years of age, so he probably hasn't experienced this sort of intensity before. And if he lets it worry him and lets him annoy him, and as soon as Vuk gets a sniff that it is annoying him, he'll go harder and harder.
Beautiful play. I mean, we see that from Max. The firepower from the back of the court is simply exceptional. He just needs to find a rhythm.
Yes.
Probably not, as to your point, don't overplay. Find rhythm, find depth. He'll find himself back in this match quite quickly.
And but Vuk will do his best not to give him that rhythm, and it might have been a masterstroke by the Brains Trust of Hensman Park to bring Vuk in today. Because has Vuk played much this season?
I think this is his second match back.
Second
Just
match
back from the States,
and this is round 12. So it might be a masterstroke. You might win your pie back.
Vuk Velickovic serving furthest from the camera for Hensman Park. Overplaying. Currently leading 3-1 with a break against Max Weir. Oh, you can hear that, and you can see the fire, the come on. He's,
Crowd love
to your
it too.
point, he's in the face of Maxie Weir, and
yeah.
right now it seems to be controlling on his terms, on his racket.
And yeah, when you're playing a player that brings that much intensity to the game, it's really quite disconcerting, isn't it?
Just waiting for the 3-minute hit-up to be completed between Scotty Jones and Matt Burton. Right now, Hensman Park from the driver's seat, leading 2 singles rubbers to love. Up an early break in that third singles between Vuk Velickovic and Max Weir. This is a very important match right now for Scotty Jones and for Cottesloe's hopes of keeping this doubles alive. You want to go into the doubles hoping that you've got a chance to win for the day. Of course, 6 rubbers, 4 singles, 2 doubles. And Scotty Jones looking to remain undefeated as he attempts to carry the hopes of Cottesloe on his back.
And of course, what happens if Scotty Jones gets across the line here, as we expect him to, and if by some chance Vuk causes the upset and beats the undefeated Max Weir, that means Hensman will be up 3-1 and Cottesloe have got to win both doubles, and then it comes down to sets like we saw the other week. So really, Max has got to try to find a way to turn this around. He's down a break, down 4-1.
There's that style of play that we'll probably see a lot of from Scotty Jones, just chipping that ball deep to Matt on that backhand wing. Does like to hit through flat, not a lot of top spin, and we'll play from the back of the court. Scotty Jones from Cottesloe serving. Beautiful play again, the 1-2 punch, and we're seeing some court wear. The footwear of Scotty Jones looks like he's resorted back to the old school Dunlop volleys.
Old school Dunlop volleys. Hasn't gone the yellow and green ones, the gold and green ones, but he's gone a red and a blue. Looks like the Cardis, Falcons.
Good to see the Dunlop volleys getting a run. Yeah, again, beautiful hands, very crafty, short balls. That's the way Scotty will play. He won't give Matty Burton too many comfort shots, won't put it in positions where Matt likes them. All happening down here at Cottesloe. You might be able to hear in the special effects mic some of the boats in the bay. Beautiful play there from Matty Burton. That's the rhythm that he wants.
Yeah, very patient, wasn't it? Patient build-up.
Breeze has picked up somewhat here at Cottesloe. A little bit swirly. You see the shirts of the players just fluttering in the breeze. Shouldn't cause too many problems though. Still a perfect day for tennis.
And this big crowd will get even bigger and louder once the bar opens. There's a big crowd here today sitting on the veranda enjoying this.
You can start to hear some of the rowdiness at the moment. Scotty Jones serving closer to the camera for Cottesloe, undefeated.
And of course, Cottesloe and Hensman have probably been two of the most well-supported teams, haven't they, over the history of State League, I think. Mind you, at your time at Dalkeith, they were pretty good, weren't they?
Oh, just catching the top of the tape. Just see a little bit of frustration there. I mean, this is a... Scotty would have gone into the match thinking that he's the favourite, but again, scoreboard pressure does funny things to players.
Well, I mean, it's very tiring to be the hunted all the time, isn't it? You know, you're trying to defend your record. You know, everybody's after you. Everybody elevates to try to beat you, to try to get that first win. So you're under pressure all the time. But the good players are used to that sort of pressure.
Just overplaying that forehand. You can see he just tried to repeat that. He fell away from that forehand. Technically very, very solid, Scotty Jones.
Yeah, nice balance, stays low through the ball, drops his centre of gravity, stays nice and low through impact. A great stroke technician, and obviously really well coached. Spent a lot of his formative years at the State Tennis Centre.
Under the tutelage of Andrew Roberts and Len Cannell, working on his technique. Obviously, the Australian under-18 singles champion of a few years ago, Scott Jones. Went away and played college tennis. Tremendous talent. #1 player in the Goods Property Service State League competition for this season.
Just you might have heard in the effects microphone a minute ago, Vuk, yes, on the court too. He's held on to his break. He's up 5-2 in the second set, 5-2 in the first set, and Max went to the chair, shaking his head. So a bit of work to do for the young fella there.
This will be a match that he can learn from. Scotty Jones serving, his advantage. Again, counter-punching style, back at the court, Matty Burton. He's got to make his opponents beat him. He won't give it away.
No, very, very patient build-up, but you notice Scotty seems to be getting pushed 2 or 3 metres behind the baseline, which is a tough place to win. And just going back to that court too, the crowd seem to be getting right behind Vuk Velickovic. They're really enjoying his energy he's bringing to the court. So we'll get back onto that court soon. You'll probably hear some of the comments in the microphone because they're pretty loud. Yeah, he's very loose at the moment, Scott. Very loose, and I think he's finding he doesn't recognise the game of tennis he's playing at the moment. It's not his normal brand. His normal brands are much stronger than this normally, but he seems to be quite defensive and pushing a long way back behind the back of the court.
Good serve there from Scotty Jones, down the tee,
serve.
Clutch situation.
On break point, wasn't it? Needed that serve.
Give you some updates from around the grounds following the conclusion of this first and opening game from Scotty Jones and Matt Burton. Some terrific matchups right across the men's and women's Goods Property Services State League competition this afternoon. beautiful, deep penetrating forehand from Matty Burton. Just had Scotty about 2-3 metres behind the baseline.
Yeah.
That's not where he wants to be.
No, he seems to be getting pushed. He's looking a little bit lethargic for me, Scott Jones. It looks like he's a bit tired. I don't know whether he's prepared as well this week or not. He's had a big week. Who knows? But he just looks a little bit lethargic.
It's hard to sit off court, though, and watch and get charged up for your counterparts, your teammates, and then have to step onto court yourself. So it's probably going to take him a little while just to get the energy up.
A good point, because of course we did see him sitting next to Hann during that first match. Just looks a bit flat to me at the moment, making a lot of unforced errors.
Beautiful,
Right,
deep
just
forehand
caught the
from
line,
Scotty
yeah.
Jones. You can see that. That's the pump. That was down another break point. Dug in deep, didn't give anything away. The consistency.
From Matt Burton. Oof. Mate, he's just very patient. It's as patient I've seen him play. Very patient. No, not trying to reduce his number of unforced errors. And good call. Ball clips the line as it skidded through then. Juice.
Scotty just looking for the best ball. Ball with the least amount of fluff. Ball that will fly through the air a little bit quicker.
Yeah,
Nice serve from Scotty
serve.
Jones again. Holding serve, tight first game. It will give some results from around the Goods Property Service State League competition. Some of the other men's matches being played at Alexander Park. They come up against Kings Park. Sam Ashenden, ball over, number 2 spot, defeated Jerome Iaconi in straight sets. Luca Katsamanis from Alexander Park defeated Jaron Stafford 11-9 in a super tiebreaker in the third. And the other two singles are just starting to commence. And if we look at the match between Mount Lawley and UWA, Mount Lawley currently leading 3-1. Tim Gray defeated Addy Mann. Ethan Farley from Mount Lawley defeated Jury Tablanc. Mardo Murdoch defeated Jasper Patterson. And Rhys McDougall defeated Ethan Reid. So Mount Lawley looking to get a win for the first time this season. If we kick across to the Women's State League results, one of the matches being played alongside the men's Cottesloe Hensman Park match is Cottesloe Women up against Royal Kings Park. It's 1 rubber apiece. Lauren Nikolowski and Megan Kaufman on serve in that first set. Matty Burton about to serve. Jessie Kelly got her first match back win, 6-love, 6-2 against Sally Partington from Kings Park. Zeng against Tiwa Casey, and Brooke Campbell defeated Ruby Kelly from Cottesloe in straight sets. So 1 rubber apiece.
Looks like his Matt's changed his service action a little bit from the last time I saw him. Looks like the ball tosses a lot higher, which, as you know, Brett, in windy conditions, it can become problematic.
Hensman Park in the women's are up 4 rubbers to love against Peppermint Grove. And the last match of the round for the Women's State League, Alexander Park currently leading 2 rubbers to love against Greenwood Tennis Club. Bring you the updates as they conclude.
Oh, great point from both players there. Both players came up with some quality ground strokes, and Matt Burton's get on that wide forehand ball was exceptional, and drew the error in the end. Well done. Moves well, doesn't he?
Does move extremely well. Tall, rangy athlete, serving 15 points apiece. Overplaying that forehand. Got around, got the feet moving nicely. A little bit of Danielle Medvedev about Matty Burton's game.
Yeah.
Similar style wind up on the forehand. Similar style service action.
That was a little bit unique, that unforced error on that forehand. Then he's been very patient, hasn't he? He wasn't patient that time.
Well, uncustomary double fault.
You might have heard,
following him in this opening service game.
you might have heard in the effects microphone, Brett. Vuk Velickovic got the first set out there against Max Weir.
We see Will Hann go out and sit courtside by his teammate Maxie Weir, trying to fire him up. Breakpoint opportunities for Scotty Jones. Beautifully played off forehand. That was a well-constructed point from Scott Jones. Just shows you the experience and the maturity on court. Very smart player, Scotty Jones. Working the angles. Coming up with a short range off forehand for the winner. Gets up an early break here against Matthew Burton from Hensman Park. Currently, Scotty Jones leading 2 games to love.
And it looks like Scott's slowly starting to settle into his work, isn't he? A little bit more balanced in that game, a little bit more patient. We're just going to welcome the young fella, Joel Pleydell, back into the booth.
Beautiful forehand from
Thank you
Scotty
very much.
Jones as Shane Smedley exits. Welcome back to the commentary position, Joel Pleydell. Joel's
Thank
the
you
former
very much.
winner of Cottesloe State League side.
Yes, with yourself, eh, big fella?
Last time Cottesloe won it was you and I. You were integral
That's
parts
right.
throughout that season. I think you might have got MVP for that year.
Yes, yep, that's correct. And obviously the older brother had a big role to play as well.
Well, Mitchell, Pleydell.
The big captain.
Backhand error from Matty Burton. Mitchell Pleydell just coming back to WA. He's going to be the talent
Yes.
operations manager for Tennis West out at the State Tennis Centre. He must be excited about coming back and being part of the team.
Definitely very excited. He's just sitting back behind us actually now. He got out of quarantine at 12 o'clock today.
He caught the COVID some months ago.
He did. He caught the COVID. So he
Up
reckons
in
he reckons there's a bit more immunity now. So I don't know if he thinks he doesn't have to get the vaccine or not, but he reckons he doesn't need it now.
We encourage everyone to get vaccinated.
Definitely. I've had my booster 2 days ago.
Well done. Lovely touch, but just catching the top of the table. How do you find,
Underdone.
certainly this game styles between these two players, they're poles apart.
They are.
Matty Burton, a
They
very
are.
solid counter puncher. You've got to play to beat him. He
That's
won't
right.
lose
That's
on his own
right.
volition. So
That's
what do you
right.
expect from Matt this game? What does he need to be doing to take it up to Scotty, who's been undefeated throughout this state league
Yeah,
season?
it's a tough job, isn't it? He's going to have to try and find some answers against an undefeated player in the league. Look, I'd be looking to be as aggressive as I can, and I'd be looking to take control of that net as often as I can, getting that first big hit in and then following it in. Jonesy's got an exceptional slice backhand, probably one of the best in the state.
And you can see just dictating with that slice backhand.
Yeah, that's
too.
right. He can go either way with it, and yeah, it's a huge weapon for him. He can use it to come in, he can drop it short, he can move you out wide. A very talented young man, Scotty Jones.
Just missing, serving long.
Yep.
Technology's played a big part in the development of the game. JP, we'll have a chat about that after this point.
Yep.
Technology and player athletes' height. I mean, athletes in tennis seem to be getting taller. And of course, the technology with the
Yes.
strings and the rackets. The strings are a lot grittier. You can
That's
actually
right.
take big cuts
Get
at the ball.
Bite. That's right.
And the rackets are a lot lighter and they get a lot more flex to them, so the ball comes through the court at pace.
Yep.
Hence, there's not a lot of serve and volleys out there anymore.
No, that's right. I guess that's a lot to do with that big. The biggest thing for me is the grip. So probably back the wooden rackets, you got the more conventional continental forehand. Well, nowadays with these new technology, you get those very westerny grips.
Yep.
So they can get bit more rip on the ball and get it biting and bouncing off the court.
Speaking of unconventional and grips, we're watching Vuk Velickovic here, closest to the camera. The way he plays the game, two-handed, off both wings. Currently leading by a set against Max Weir, who's undefeated throughout this year's State League competition.
That's a great point there by Maxie Weir. A strong backhand, doesn't he?
Has a very strong backhand. I mean, he hits the ball incredibly well and hard from the back of the court.
Does.
But what Maxie's not getting from Vuk is that ball that is sitting mid-court, hip range, right into his striking zone. Vuk's
Yes.
just taking all that luxury away from Max of the Weir as we cut back to Scotty Jones, currently leading 3 games to love, closest to the camera. Again, just forcing Matthew to hit better and better shots.
That's right, yeah. Just making him play those tougher balls, working the corners with that slice backhand.
You can see just taking the pace away from Matty Burton.
Yeah.
Is Scotty Jones.
Yeah. Just looked a little bit slow with his footwork there just then, Matty Burton. I'd like to see him just try and get around that, hit a forehand.
A bit of breeze out here at Cottesloe. You were a former player here for many years at Cottesloe, JP.
Yes.
If you don't mind, all falling the way of Scotty Jones at the moment. Just a soft little kiss off the top of the net cord. How do you find Cottesloe Tennis Club? One, playing for them in the Premier League competition, the Goods Property Service State League, but also just with the members and the courts.
Yeah, that's right. I think we were just talking about it when I was just off air a moment ago with Mitchell. And I don't think you see a better setup in Australia. Cottesloe Tennis Club, what have we got? Over 40 courts, packed out on a Saturday afternoon. I mean, I don't think you can see that anywhere in the world.
Starting to see Matty Bird just not been able to produce the good tennis we've seen throughout this season.
As we just see with the sea breeze starting to take in and take a bit more of effect, do you think that plays a bit of a role to any of these players here? Do you think it favours one or the other?
Look, there's no question it favours Scotty Jones at this stage. Just his choice of shot, just his smarts on the court, his ability to move forward when he needs to. He's not trying to hit Matthew off the court, so the wind really isn't going to impact his stroke production, where Matty needs to, overplaying that serve, Matty just needs to calm down a little bit. And I would suggest he's got to be a bit more aggressive. That's the style of play. When I say aggressive, move forward, take the ball out of the air, put your pressure on Scotty to try and pass you.
That's right. The slice up the line is big key there, keeping it low under net height.
Intelligent player is Matty Burton. He's got a good tennis mind. And again, we saw that on display just there, just changing his normal traditional play up by being a little bit more aggressive, moving towards the net. Let first serve.
Just missing wide there, yes, I like the play. Both players looking to use that slice and getting control of the net.
You made mention there's a lot of pennants and social play going on right around these beautiful club of Cottesloe Tennis Club, right across the road from the Cottesloe beach. Beautiful
part of the world, isn't it?
Certainly is. Great lob.
That's a great lob. He's got his hands there.
He's got the ball back over to Matty's side. Wow.
Great put away.
Burton. Beautiful play there.
Bang
Good
on.
wheels from Scotty Jones. Is he just asking us, and we saw it, catching the back edge of the line.
There.
My day, if there's any chalk, I generally call it out.
Yes. I believe Podsiadly doesn't put chalk in these lines, so they don't puff up. Is that correct? See how fast. Yeah, see how fast he closed on the net there, Scotty Jones. All over it.
Serve down the tee, just missing wide.
Just overplaying that forehand there, Scotty Jones.
Just dropping serve, getting one back. He's still got another breaker serve up his sleeve as they change ends.
Yeah.
So we sneak across to the court, Vuk Velickovic and Max
Very
Weir.
unique style, isn't it? Vuk Velickovic, two-handed both sides. Can you think of a player who was inside the top 100 who played that style of tennis?
Gene Mayer back in the 80s.
What about the old Fabrice Santoro?
Yeah, the wizard.
The little
Wasn't he?
wizard,
The
yes. Yeah, wasn't very tall, was he? But
No,
he
wasn't.
ran it all down.
What a player. I think he
Great
beat everyone in
player.
the top 10 and had a great career out of what he had.
He did.
What a talent Fabrice Santoro was.
He did. So, yeah, it shows you there's not one way to go about your tennis.
Maxie digging in here, really needs to start producing, getting on top, putting some scoreboard pressure on Vuk. It's all on Vuk's racket at the moment, just really dictating from the back of the court.
Yes, Vuk brings a lot of energy, doesn't he? Competes very hard for every point. Very emotional player, isn't he, Vuk Velickovic? He very much showcases how he's feeling out there on the tennis court.
Heart on his sleeve, doesn't he?
Yep. Big serve there by Vuk. Very good point there by Vuk, getting that forehand up the line close to the back edge and then finishing it off at the net. He's made 3 first serves in a row there, Vuk, late in that service game to hold.
Back across to the top court, 4 games to 1. Scotty Jones leading for Cottesloe, needing a win to get Cottesloe on the scoreboard against the highly fancied Hensman Park. Loves that off forehand. Couldn't get the feet work around quick enough, Scotty Jones, but you could see that just catching the top of the tape. He's a light mover on his feet, JP.
Yes, very quick. Unfortunately, just pushed that one a bit low into the net. But yeah, you'll see throughout the match, Scotty will be looking to take as many forehands as he can get, running around those backhands.
Overplaying, just a little wide. Oh, overplaying. Overplaying that. You can hear the big C from the court next door, Vuk Velickovic. Much to do with Vuk over the playing days? Played against him?
Yes, we were chatting to Shane earlier. Yeah, grew up playing juniors against Vuk Velickovic. We played in a lot of finals together.
Tremendous talent.
Very tremendous talent.
Great entertainment on the court.
Yep, competes very hard, always has.
We'll stay with this match between Max Weir and Vuk. Max Weir going into this match undefeated. You can see him just dropping his racket, a little bit frustrated. Change of ends. Back to court number one, Maddie Burton, closest to the camera. Nice serve down the tee.
Great serve. Big first serve there by Scotty Jones.
Plenty to look forward to throughout the final weeks of this State League men's and women's competition, brought to you by Goods Property Services. Wonderful to have them on as sponsors. And also Tyre Power, making the Tennis West leagues go round, powering our leagues right across WA. Let serve wide. Yeah, that's just slower pace, not giving Maddie too much of a look.
Very clever play, keeping that ball deep, pushing Maddie back behind the baseline.
As I reintroduce former silver medalist, the World Championships for the over 50 doubles, Shane Smedley. He'll be joining JP, take through the remainder of this match.
Just saw Zach Itzstein in the crowd with his tennis gear, so Zach might be a wild card here to come in for the doubles for Hensman if they need him.
Oh, okay.
So they're bringing out the big guns. They're pretty keen, Hensman, to win this today.
Very strong outfit they've brought today down to Cottesloe. Got great depth in their team.
So how are we going on court one here? Scotty Jones still doing it pretty comfortably at the moment?
Dictating play at the moment on court one here against Maddie Burton. I think more experience. You can see him, he takes his time between points, composes himself well, and he's been executing that slice backhand throughout the start of this match.
And just the one break at the moment?
I believe it's 2 breaks.
2 breaks.
I believe that
5-2.
Could be 5-2.
5-2.
Or maybe.
Yeah, 5-2. So you're right, 2 breaks there. So doing it pretty comfortably, as to be expected. I think Scott would have. I think everybody would have put Scott in to win this match earlier on. Maybe a little bit different on a hard court, but I think his style of play, his courtcraft on a grass court, just suits him against a player who's very patient, stays back.
That's right.
And we've seen a couple of times we've seen a short ball that Matt could have possibly come in on and chose not to. Chose to retreat, which then takes the pressure off Scott again there.
Again, I think that comes down to experience. I think Scotty's played a lot of tennis, played college tennis, been at Cottesloe and State League for a number of years. I think Matty's still learning his craft a little bit and he'll probably be looking to develop into that forward moving into the net in his next phase of his tennis career.
Yeah, so I think Matt is just finished year 12, has he?
I think so. I think
he just finished year 12. I remember talking to Dad, Ash Burton, last year I think it was, when they were hosting at Hensman Park, and I think he was making some decisions of what he was going to do next year, or 2022 now. But of course, options are limited at the moment with COVID, aren't they?
Yes.
Not a lot you can do.
Yes, it's tough times, but there's not much you can do about it.
We might get Brett to do one of his famous interviews with maybe Matty Burton after this match is finished and find out what he's doing in 2022.
Yes, find out what's
certainly
in store.
Certainly a talent.
Yeah, certainly COVID playing a big part in not allowing a lot of these players from WA to compete over state or internationally.
I just think we see this so much when players have. He's not the biggest first serve going around, but he's got a strong first serve, and by not coming behind it, just allows Scotty to feather the ball back into play, doesn't it?
That's right.
It takes all pressure off him. Whereas a player in your time, you would have been straight in behind that big serve.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, especially on the grass down here at Cottesloe, you'd be looking to move straight in. Big forehand there, Maxi Weir.
Getting pretty tight here, I think Max is a bit of a sniff. He's working really hard to try to get back into this match. And Vuk's, I've got to say, he's hitting the ball beautifully, isn't he?
He is.
And we weren't commentating on it, but there was a point there, a long rally, where Vuk had to come up with a quality drop volley, made the drop volley and big fist pump to the crowd, and the crowd responded.
Yes.
Great for tennis.
It was great. And it's good to see such a big turnout here down at Cottesloe Tennis Club. Got a few hundred people turn out on a beautiful summer's day down at Cottesloe Tennis Club.
Every point Vuk plays, he's either having a chat. Looks like Zach Itzstein's sitting in the chair on court 2 now, and Vuk's got a few of his mates on the sitting on the sidelines here, and he's remonstrating with them and gesticulating with them constantly.
Very vocal player, isn't he?
So we just had a score update on court 2 while we're off the air. And Vuk's upper break serving at 3-2, and that was why that point was so important for Max in that last point. We had a break point to get back into the second set. It's a good test for the young fella, good test for Max Weir, because he's been doing it pretty comfortably most of the year, and all of a sudden he's playing a different breed of tennis player out here today. A lot of variation, competitive drive.
Yeah, very aggressive personality over there, Vuk, and his game style. Always looking to push you back.
And of course, as you know, Joel, you're quite a shy, reserved player, and as Max is, and it can be quite intimidating when someone's in your face all the time. You feel like you're getting pushed around all over the place.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you can feel like you're drowning at some points.
Yeah, so you got to fall back on your sense of belief and your
Correct.
process.
Yep.
So Vuk's held serve, so it's 2-4. Move back to court 1. Matty Holmes to serve. First game, second set.
What do you think Matty has to do in the second set to push Scotty?
I just don't think at this stage of his career he's got the tools to be able to do that at the moment. I think what he's doing as a 17, 18-year-old is exceptional.
Yep.
But I think he just needs to round his game out a little bit more. I think he's pretty one-dimensional. He's a very, very good counter puncher, very, very patient off the back court. And you watch him move forward, and it's not an area that you can see it's instinctive for him. So it's probably his next stage.
Obviously, we have a lot of grass court tennis clubs in Perth, Western Australia. We're very fortunate here. Do you think growing up on the grass is more beneficial, maybe, than growing up playing on a hard court?
Lovely point. I think it's more beneficial if you're playing in Perth.
Yeah.
But as you know, on the Pro Tour, there's only probably 3 weeks a year they play on grass.
That's right.
I think it's pretty well recorded now that players need to be developing their game, typically on clay courts, on the slower courts. And I think that's where most of the players are.
Yep.
He said he's held serve first game of the second set. Well done, Matt. I just think the very, very best players have another game to go to when their aim game doesn't work.
Yep.
We're back onto court 2. Yeah, going back, I think the very, very best players, if their style of play doesn't work, they have something else they can bring to the game. We've seen that with the best players in the world do that.
Yes.
That's a lovely shot from Max.
And
I think from having watched a fair bit of tennis over the summer, I think that's my only criticism, and I think a lot of the younger players are too one-dimensional and perhaps just not mature enough yet in their game to sort of understand that. They think they can win, and they only want to win the way that they play.
Yes. Yep, I very much agree with you there, Shane, and I think a big role model to look up to would be our very own women's #1 player in the world, Ashley Barty. She's absolutely exceptional. She's got all the different types of shots and tools to be able to come up when something's not working for her, to be able to produce something different and keep her opponents off balance and still winning matches in other areas, in other ways.
Okay, so you probably just heard Vuk. He allowed a big go. I think he's just broken Max Weir again. So he'd be serving for the second set and the match. He's serving at 5-2. And this will certainly come as a surprise to me, not knowing what Vuk was going to be capable of, just based on what Max's record's been. And this is a key match for Hensman Park, because if Hensman Park can get this one, and assuming that Scott Jones goes about his business and wins his singles here, Hensman are going to be 3-1 up with the doubles to follow. Mean that Cottesloe have got to win both doubles, and more likely win both doubles in straight sets to win.
Yes, correct.
So not to say they can't do it, but I'm sure they would have been hoping to be 2-2. Back on court 1, watching Scott serving.
I think both teams, I believe, got a doubles player coming in.
Well, we'd certainly, going on to your comment, we'd certainly expect Brenton Bacon to play. Brenton, a left-hander, lots and lots of experience and a very high-quality doubles play. Cottesloe have fallen onto him a number of times this year to play in the second doubles. He's often played with Kehane, so you expect him to come in. And as we mentioned earlier, Zach Itzstein's on the sidelines now, sitting next to Vuk Velickovic in the coach's role. So I had a word to Zach, and Zach said he'd play if he was needed. So he may come in, and Evan Manso may miss out perhaps.
Yes, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? I think, yeah, if Zach were to play, I think both teams have a very experienced player coming in that can definitely benefit their teams and hopefully try and get a rubber for their teams.
Lovely play from Scott Jones there, back on court one. Here's my prediction for you. If Vuk gets across the line here against Max Weir, Zach Itzstein will come in and he will play with Rhys Johnson.
All right, that would be a fun matchup to watch. Certainly, they would hope. I'd say. Would that be in the top doubles or the bottom doubles?
Yeah, no, top doubles.
Then
you'd have Will Hann probably with Scott Jones, I would think. So that would be a tremendous doubles.
Yes, that would be a great matchup to watch. And I'm sure they'd put on a show for all the Cottesloe people down here today.
Because being 3-1 down, Cottesloe have got to win both doubles, so they can't afford to stack one doubles. Whereas if I was Hensman, I'd be loading up a doubles to give myself the best chance to win it. That was some class there. Nearly made that.
Nearly just touching the tape there and falling back on his own side. Scotty Jones though there, he's got that great control with that slice backhand. He can nearly put it on a dime, can't he?
So what's been the story on court too? They've been sitting down for 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's been a long sit down, wasn't it?
And they've only just walked back on the court now. So Vuk broke Max Weir's serve, and he would have sat down for 5 minutes, I think, which is not the norm, that's for sure. I don't know where the ref was.
That's right. I'm surprised the ref wasn't out there.
The roaming ref should have had a word to him, because that's certainly outside the rules of the game.
Yep. Anyway, Vuk will be looking to serve it out.
Maybe a bit of gamesmanship
from
Vuk Velickovic there, making the young fella think a little bit about what he's about to dish up. So Vuk's serving for the match now at 5-2 in the second after winning the first comfortably. Yeah, there's the first of 4 points, and Vuk knows it. I've got to say, I think tennis is better for characters, isn't it?
Definitely.
You know, good to have characters in tennis. I think you know, we all love Borg when he played, but we wouldn't want everybody playing like Borg either.
No, you're certainly right there. No, the game definitely better off with personalities, and certainly different ones.
And of course, you know, whether you agree or disagree with the Special Ks and their behaviour at the Australian Open, the crowd certainly got behind it. You know, it filled up the stadium every round.
Right.
It forced TA to reschedule their matches to bigger stadiums for the seats. So, and everybody talked about it. So that's got to be a good thing.
Can only be a good thing for tennis, right?
That's just too good.
That's just a great shot down the line there by Vuk.
And Max has been pretty much in the same spot most of the day. With his hand and his hip trying to work out what is going on out here. I haven't seen this guy play before. How's he hitting shots like that?
Yes.
30 love, 2 points away from the match. And an upset, I would have thought.
Yeah, and he's done it comfortably, hasn't he? That's right. He just hasn't let up all day, Vuk. He's fighting out there for every single shot, giving it his all.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it makes, it adds another string to the bow of Hensman Park. If they can bring Vuk into play and play like this when they've still got Itzstein in the wings.
That's right.
And I mean, I don't think Bryden Klein's likely to come back. They've still got Itzstein to play. It makes them pretty tough on a hard court.
Yeah. You've got Vuk playing down at number 3. I think he's more than capable of playing in the number 1 position anywhere else. Oh, look at the great hands there by Vuk.
That's just a quality point, isn't it? Just a quality point. Yeah.
He brings a good energy to the court, doesn't he?
And
Vuk?
unbeaten run comes to an end.
It does. Unfortunately for Maxi Weir, he has to walk off
He's
without a win today.
he can't work it out.
No.
He just can't work it out.
Yeah, he's been doing it comfortably all season, hasn't he? And then he runs into stacked Hensman Park lineup and he faces Vuk Velickovic and goes down in straight sets.
Well, you know, if you put Itzstein into the team and then you drop down Rhys Johnson, Matty Holmes, and then you have Vuk playing at 4, that's pretty strong, isn't it?
That's a strong team. You'd think that's probably a favourite team to win the whole competition.
And if they win today, they'll be playing on hard. So it's all to do now. So back on court 1, we assume we're going to get a win from Scotty Jones here. Just got to finish it off. But Matt Holmes is fighting hard.
Matty Burton. Sorry, Shane.
Beg your pardon. Where did I get Matty Holmes from? Thank you, young fella, for picking me up on air. Thank you very much. You could have written on a piece of paper. Unlucky, yeah, got away with the frame ball there.
Yeah.
Saw Vuk Velickovic just come off the court there, pretty happy with his performance. High fives all around to all his mates off court there, so he's through with his result, and so he should be. Great result to beat the undefeated Max Weir there.
Yeah, it seems like Vuk has brought down a fair few of his friends today down at Cottesloe. They've all enjoyed his entertainment out there. What do you think, Shane? Do you think there's a better setup than Cottesloe Tennis Club in Australia?
Oh, I've seen some of the best clubs in Australia. I've seen Royal South Yarra. I've seen Kooyong, of course. A lot of the grass court places around. I think probably the grass courts are probably the best anywhere in Australia, no doubt at all. Just because I think our weather's so conducive to it, and of course Peter O'Day does such a fantastic job down here. I think the engagement, just wait for this point to get finished. He's got him.
Oh.
Yeah. Well done. Yeah,
Great
so
point.
Going back to your question, I think the grass courts are the best here. I think it's largely 2 factors: that the weather, the climate we've got here, and also the work that Peter O'Day's done over a long period of time. The engagement of the club members here is probably like nothing I've seen in any other grass court club in Australia. The location and the setting overlooking the Indian Ocean is without peer anywhere in Australia. The only thing that I think places like Kooyong or Royal South Yarra do better are their clubhouse. They have formal dining, they have a bistro, and of course full-time professional managers and paid staff, which make a massive difference as well, which we don't have here.
I see Matty Burton there just keeping that one low and trying to force Scotty Jones to come up with something get it up over the net with a passing shot. Unfortunately, catching the frame.
You just saw Rhys Johnson and Austin Voss walk across the court there to prepare for their doubles match. They're playing number 2. That'll be a strong combination there. So we're not going to get Zach and Rhys playing together.
No, but I think these two are going to be very hard to stop, Rhys and Austin Voss. Austin obviously got big, tall, strong man. He's got a big serve and a big forehand. And Rhys's net game obviously is outstanding, as we saw in the singles, so that's going to be a very tough matchup, whoever comes up against them.
And of course, you know, that puts massive pressure on Cottesloe now, because should Scotty Jones, he's just broken Matt Holmes there to go ahead in this set. Should he win his singles as we expect him to do, I don't know if Cottesloe can get a pair to beat those two down the bottom, because I think Scott Jones, you know, he'll more likely have to play at number 1, because they've got to win at 1, they've got to win at 2. So who's going to play at number 2 to be able to? I mean, Rhys Johnson. Yeah. Very, very strong doubles player.
Very strong doubles player.
And,
so
and Austin Voss got a big game for doubles too.
That's
so
right.
I don't know where they can beat them.
I really like that matchup actually. Austin Voss, we've got the big, strong serve with the net play of Rhys Johnson. But as we can see now, we've got Brenton Bacon making his way over, so I think he might be playing in the bottom doubles. And it looks like Will Hann's going across the room. So we've got Will Hann and Brenton trying to win that bottom doubles.
Yeah, so Brenton normally plays with Adam Kehane.
Yes.
So obviously they figure that Kehane and Bacon aren't strong enough to knock off Johnson and Austin Voss. So they've strengthened the doubles up there. So that's going to leave Scotty Jones up in the top doubles with Adam Kehane maybe.
Yes.
I don't think I've seen Sam play a doubles match.
Or Max Weir.
Sorry, I beg your pardon, Max Weir play a doubles match. So I don't know. Yeah, so all ahead of them now, and this is where it starts to get really, really tough. Scotty Jones looking at the match going, well, I looked at that doubles pair and I don't know if we can beat them. Our day's gone now, and all of a sudden you start to lose your focus. And this is the toughest time to play when you think that, you know, the day's slipping out of your reach.
Yep, I agree with you. Scotty Jones has got to knuckle down here and do what he can do, get the win for the team, and then start thinking about his doubles afterwards.
Yeah, so Cottesloe have got a plethora of left-handed players, so out steps one left-hander in Kehane, another one in Will Hann. And Scott Jones here back on court 1 is doing a good job. Just broke there for the first time in the second set, so he's 2-1 up with a break, having already won the first.
What I'd love to see in this second set from Matty Burton is just to take it up to Scotty and start hitting and moving forward. I mean, I know it's probably not his comfortable position to be moving forward, but I think it would be great for his development, and I'd just love to see him be a bit more assertive and aggressive and see if he can get a few extra games here.
Yeah, I think you're right, but I think it's also pretty hard to do something that's foreign to you in a match play environment. You know, something you need to. I think you need to develop that off, you know, in your off season. It's very, very hard to go to an out, because whilst your volley's okay, he's not an instinctive volleyer. Yeah. Whereas you look at someone like Rhys Johnson, you look at an Austin Voss, you look at a Scott Jones, all instinctive volleyers, and they have great. And you've mentioned it a couple of times, Joel, the control of the racket head through the ball.
So obviously Matty's still learning his craft, and obviously if he wants to take it to that next level, he's got to look, when things aren't working, he's got to look to be able to go to different toolkits, but I think that'll come in time. He's still young. He's got a pretty strong mindset.
And I think the same will happen with Max Weir. You know, Max will go away today thinking, okay, I lost a match pretty comfortably to a guy I've never seen before. So what do I need to do to evolve my game? So you learn from those losses. You know, it's very hard to take any winnings away from learnings away from a win. You take a lot more learnings away from a loss. And knowing the pedigree he comes from, and Vanya Kelleher, state league player for many, many years here at Cottesloe, this club here as well. There'll be a lot of good advice floating around the home, and his coach will sort of take him aside and work out what he needs to do to evolve his game, and so he's better equipped next time when he plays someone like Vuk.
Yep, I very much agree with you there, Shane. As we just see here on the first court here, Matty Burton just started his service game with a couple of double faults, so he needs to lock in again.
Yeah, nice point. That's the sort of stuff I think you were alluding to before. That's the stuff he needs to be doing a lot more of, because he serves big, and there's no pressure on Scott Jones. He just floats the ball back into play and gets into the point.
Yep.
And as you said, it's really just a neutral point for a neutral starting point for Matt Burton.
Yeah, he just neutralises that big serve straight away. So he's got to be looking to be a bit more aggressive after that big booming serve he's got.
And we saw that earlier on the year when Scott Jones played Tim Gray out here. Tim Gray, obviously a highly credentialed hardcourt player, came out and was serving big, but just very reluctant to come forward. And so Scotty just floated the ball back and did it comfortably. Yeah, it's a clever point. Clever point. There's a lot of experience, maturity there from that point from Scott. He was defending and he threw that topspin lob up, and you might have seen the ball shift position there because of the cross breeze through the court, and it being and of course topspin into the breeze. It dips quick too.
It does, and it just threw Matty off balance there. He got his feet unstuck.
Yeah, he missed that. You can see it was long from here. Long. So there's another break.
Yes.
So doing it on the bit now, Scott Jones, 4-1.
Yeah, tough game there for Matty. He started that service game on 2 double faults, as I mentioned.
Yeah,
so
a long way back from there, isn't it?
Yeah, put you on the back foot straight away.
So who's left to play doubles here then? So obviously Scott Jones will play.
So, yep,
who's he going to play with? I'll be very surprised if they don't bring Zach Itzstein into play now.
Yep.
Zach will come in with probably Matty Burton, I would think.
Yep. Or maybe, yeah, I'd love to see Zachy Itzstein come in and play with Vuk. I'm not sure if that can happen in the top doubles.
Okay, well, there's we've just been, thank you, Tomio, for doing the research behind the scenes for us. So we know the matchups for the final doubles. Scott is going to play with Adam Kehane, which we probably predicted. Adam's too strong a doubles player not to be playing, so they've gone with their standard doubles 4, but changed the pairs around to split the strength up. And it's an interesting surprise that we've got Evan Manso playing with Vuk.
There you go.
Wow,
okay.
Didn't pick that.
So Zach Itzstein's not coming in for the doubles today.
Yeah,
so
nor is Matt Burton either.
Zachy obviously just down here today in more of a coaching role.
Yeah, I did reach out to him earlier today and asked Zach, because Zach was one of my students at Applecross High School in the special events program. So I rang up Zach and said, listen, what's going on? You playing today? He said, nah, I can't give anything away, but I'm going to come on down anyway. So he has been here most of the day supporting his team, but not playing.
Very interesting. So they're bringing in 2 doubles specialists. Sorry, no, they're bringing in
Vuk and Evan.
They're bringing in Evan Manso as the double specialist in that top doubles.
He plays down. I think doesn't he play 2? I think he plays second doubles.
I think you're right. It's a great slice there by Scott Jones.
And Scott will play with Adam. So you can see why. So Killer was right when he was speaking to us earlier. Cottesloe have had to split their strength up, and they've moved Will from the top doubles to the second doubles in an attempt to try to get over Rhys Johnson and Austin Voss. So back on the court one here in the singles. Let's get this match out of the way first. 4-1 second set, Scott Jones serving with the break.
let on first service here.
So Evan comes in cold for his doubles, and so does Brenton Bacon. Always a big ask. A player of your stats, you never missed singles, just came in and played doubles, did you? You would have been playing both?
Yeah, always playing both. I think you can be a bit tired after your singles, but you've still got that energy to come out and play for your team and play with a partner. You never want to let your partner down, so always rearing to go. But I'm sure these two, they're high quality players. Brenton, obviously a very, very prestigious talent, so I'm sure he'll come in and do a fantastic job.
You might have just heard Vuk Velickovic in the Vex microphone there. Very, very keen to get footage of his match. He'll, knowing Vuki will probably go and analyse that, then share it with everybody on socials. But a great win. For me, an upset win, but a great win today.
Yeah, he did it comfortably in the end, didn't he?
Didn't he? Made it look easy, and I think it's probably going to be the difference for today, and it's probably going to set Hensman up for the win, and what some may say an upset win on the grass here at Cottesloe.
Yeah, definitely. I think undefeated Cottesloe at the moment, aren't they? And
yeah, both are. Both Hensman and Cottesloe both are.
Yeah, and yeah, got the home court advantage down here at Cottesloe today, but find themselves 3-1 down in a bit of a pickle.
Scott Jones continuing to go to work, putting pressure on Matty Burton there. Yeah, I think that was a fly in the ointment for Cottesloe. They probably didn't expect Vuk to be playing, and they probably thought that Max would be strong enough to get over the top of him.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Being undefeated all season, I think Max would have came in with a world of confidence, thinking he'll get the win at the number 3 position. Unfortunately, found himself against a high-quality player in Vuk Velickovic.
And if Max had picked up the win as probably most expected to, it would have been 2-2, completely different scenario in doubles. But dropping that one now puts them 3-1 down.
That's right.
Yeah, and that could have massive consequences for their season now, because if Hensman get over Cottesloe today, and there's still 2 doubles to go, and then obviously the end of the singles, but if Hensman get over Cottesloe today, the fact that Cottesloe's still got a bye to have yet in the last 2 rounds, you would expect that Hensman have got everything to play for to finish on top of the ladder.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
And top of the ladder means home
finals,
semi
that's right.
and home final.
That's right.
You know, you don't give up your home final anything, and these guys are a different beast on a hard court too.
Yeah, that's exactly right there, Shane. I mean, Cottesloe would have been eyeing off that top spot to get that home semi, and then obviously to host the final down here at Cottesloe, which I was lucky enough to be a part of a few years ago, and it's a great atmosphere down at this club. It's something pretty special as a player to do that.
And I must say, Hensman do a tremendous job too. But there's just something special about grass, isn't it? It's just a cooler environment. It seems to be a more conducive, alluring environment playing on the grass and looking over the grass and having the ocean behind you. It's just it's a beautiful spot.
It is. And also just the fact that just the volume of numbers the club gets down here to support their team is incredible, and it's great to play in front of them.
And we've just seen Tennis West sponsorship, marketing, communication, socials manager, Julia Speziali rock in. So Joel would love to have a quick conversation with Julia. Known each other for a long time, these two.
Jules, welcome.
Thank you.
Into the commentary booth.
Thank you for having me, Joel.
No worries. So, how are you finding it out of Tennis West? So you obviously haven't been there too long, but how are you enjoying it so far?
Clocking 9 months now, so started last year before the Industry Awards night to help to plan that. So pretty much threw me in the deep end when I first started. Like, here, plan the Industry Awards night. But no, it's really good. I enjoy Tennis West. It's a great company to work for. And Joel, you're there 1 day a week, so we've passed ship a few times
Yeah, that's right. I've obviously work experience 1 day a week out at Tennis West.
I actually think I moved your desk and
Yes,
took
you
because
did.
you had prime real
You
estate,
did.
and I said no. Work experience can go.
Yeah, that's right. So I got booted to the trenches, unfortunately for me. But
And how are you enjoying your first time commentating?
I'm enjoying it very much. It's beautiful to come down here to Cottesloe Tennis Club. It's a club I've been a part of my life for 5-6 years as a player, so it's always nice to come back down here. And
2014, you won state league here with Brenton, Mitch.
I think it was 14-15. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, obviously just talking to Shane there, it's something pretty special to be able to play in front of 500 odd members who just love their tennis and love getting behind their team.
And that's the thing, Cottesloe is, you always know that you're going to get a great turnout with Cottesloe because it's such a vibrant club and they do a lot of activation and promote not only state league but their in-house tournaments, their club champs, so that's a fabulous club to play for.
Yeah, and obviously over the last couple of years it's very interesting. It's only one of the only clubs to actually put in more grass courts in Australia, so they're doing a fantastic job here.
So it looks like that Scotty's going to be serving for the set. Well,
Yep.
serving for the game, actually. My
So
apologies.
here we go. We got 5-2. Scotty serving, looking to finish out in style.
It's a great serve. Looked like it was right on the line.
Yeah, it kind of looked at the back edge of the line, maybe.
Thank you, Julie. You can go now. Tough to get good help here. Okay, so I think Scotty's ready to close this out. I think he's serving at 5-2 for the match here up in this game. Yeah, good defence
point
again
there,
from
yeah.
Matt Burton.
Yeah, just forcing Scotty Jones out wide on that forehand, just pushing that one long. Scotty be looking for a first serve here, take a bit more pressure off, and obviously Matty Burton will be looking to make Scotty play a tough first ball here.
Oh, that's a quality point from Matt Burton then. Quality point.
Yeah, that was a great get on that return, wasn't it? Just to get the hands on the racket, and then where it ended up, right in the corner, in the backhand corner. For
And you know what I
Scotty Jones.
liked to see in that point? He actually took the initiative and came forward.
He did.
Made Scott Jones hit a passing shot under pressure.
Yep.
Big point here.
That's right, and that's what the good players do, don't they? They find a way, put the pressure back on their opponents. It's a great serve there.
Great
Ace
point
there
there.
from Scotty Jones out wide.
Yeah,
Brilliant under
as
pressure.
you saw, that point meant a lot to Scott. That was break point there. So back to Juice. Serving for the game, the set, and the rubber. But on the first set, they'll take it again. I did like the way Matt moved forward on that second last point there. Wayward first serve there.
Bit long that one, that first serve.
Oh, another tremendous point from Matt there. Really taking up to Scott. Scott's been a little bit passive in this game. If he hasn't won the point on his first serve, he hasn't really tried to put too much pressure on Matt Burton. So Matt's seen a bit of an opening and he's got another break point here.
Yeah, and what I like, he's looking to be very aggressive. I think he's sensing the moment. Maybe time might be running out, so he's looking to go a bit bigger.
He's 2 breaks down, so this could get him 1 back. Still a lot of work to do yet. But as we know, when matches get tight, every game becomes important at the end of the day.
Yeah, it does. Every point counts.
Just another first serve.
There we go. He's got a very good chance at a second serve look in here. great backhand there.
That is a tremendous point. And you saw again a very passive point from Scott Jones there. Really was just quite happy. He hit a slice forehand, backed off it, retreated way down behind the baseline. Just didn't want to do the fundamentals, the things he's been doing all match to stay in front to get to where he is now. So well done from Matt Burton.
You saw him play a one-handed backhand there, which is a bit odd.
So I think it's turned a little bit here. There's a bit of self-belief from Matt. Still a lot of work to do, having said that. He's still got to hold and still got to break again. But he's off to a good start this game.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? He's looking a bit more aggressive, and that got him that break. So hopefully he can keep trending that way and looking to be aggressive coming forward.
Hi.
Oh, dead snake.
There you
Take
go.
that. So just a score update on Court 2 whilst recovering Court 1. Court 2, the match-up, very formidable match-up of Rhys Johnson and Austin Voss. 3-0 in the first set with one break. And the boys, it's a very, very formidable lineup when you can have Rhys Johnson playing in that second doubles pair.
Yeah, definitely. They've already secured that early break, so it's going to continue to get tougher for Cottesloe here on in.
Yeah, he's doing well, Matt. Doing very well. Hanging tough.
Yeah, he's keeping Scotty Jones behind the baseline, so he's doing a good job getting the ball deep.
Doing his best to hold serve here and stay in the match. Of course, at 5-3 down, he can't afford to drop serve, so he must hold serve. Doing a great job here. That's a massive forehand. That's a
Huge
massive
forehand.
forehand for the game.
Yeah.
Well done to Matty Burton. Hold serve, so he's had a break and he's held. So now he did change at 5-2 down. Now he's changing at 5-4 down.
That's right, he's done his job there, so now the pressure goes back onto Scotty Jones to close it out. Although Scotty will be serving downwind this game. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of returns Matty Burton can come up with here.
Yeah, I think just probably a little lapse in concentration from Scott Jones, thinking the work was already done.
Yep.
And probably a little bit more freewheeling from Matt Burton too, with the pressure off him. And we're going to welcome CEO Brett Patten back to the chair. Nice to see you, Patsy. Looks like you might get your well, you did get your pie back with the. You did pick Vuk to win that match. Well done.
James Smedley just leaving the commentary box. Thank you. Doing long hours here today during this West Australian live streaming of the Goods Property Services State League. Joel Pleydell joining me in the commentary booth. You enjoying afternoon's play?
It's been a great day of tennis so far, and obviously Cottesloe got a lot of work to do to fight their way back into this tie here today.
I thought it would have been a lot closer in the matches.
Yes.
Scotty Jones serving for the match here against Matthew Burton. I thought potentially Will may have won his singles against Rhys Johnson. I thought at least it'll go into the doubles being 2-2. Not to beat.
Yes,
Still
not
a bit
to
of work
beat.
here for Scotty Jones.
They find themselves down in the doubles too over there, Cottesloe, in that second court. Down an early break.
Beautifully played off forehand. It's his go-to shot. We notice, particularly on big points, he does like to open up that backhand wing and sort of splays that forehand. Not an easy shot to play,
No, not
JP.
an easy. It's fanning out, so it's not the natural shot shapes spinning into the court. It's actually moving outside. Very hard to control that forehand. But as you can see, he uses his feet very quickly. As soon as he sees that he might get his opponent off balance, he's looking to come in and close that net in very quickly.
Words from Joel Pleydell, 2-time State League MVP. Beautiful backhand cross court. Scotty Jones anticipating the one down the line.
Yeah, that's right. I think just a bit underplayed that forehand. It was a little bit passive. Just needed to rip that, get it deep. But allowed Matty Burton a good look at that pass, and he made that great backhand, didn't he?
Good counter-punching style, Matthew Burton. He's really dug deep in this second set. Still finds himself facing an uphill challenge here against the service game of Scotty Jones, looking to close this match out. Lovely play. Good grass court play. Hard to beat that, Joel, when you're coming and moving forward and trying to get a passing shot from ankle height.
I think that's just the experience of being down here at Cottesloe playing on these grass courts. He's been in these positions a lot of times, using that slice backhand, keeping it low and then closing in on that net. Big pressure moment that was, and he came up.
Beautiful serve down the tee, swinging away from Matty Burton. 2 match points for Scotty Jones to get Cottesloe onto the scoreboard, give himself some hope leading into the doubles. Just taking a few deep breaths at the back of the court, Scotty Jones. Been long matches here today.
They have.
Great contest between the 2 top teams in the men's state league. There it is, down the tee, closing that match out to the rack. Just applause with the crowd here at Cottesloe Tennis Club. There have to be 600 or 700 people in the crowd.
That's right.
Enjoying today's play.
A little fist pump there at the end, Scotty, to the crowd.
Keeps his record intact, undefeated after 12 rounds of the men's state league competition, and that gives Cottesloe just a glimmer of hope, Joel, when they move into this next doubles.
And very important because Cottesloe are currently sitting on top of the table, both teams undefeated, and you want to be finishing on top, don't you? Because you want those home finals.
Certainly do. As we switch across to the doubles, we're seeing Austin Voss and Zach Eckstein. Or is it Rhys Johnson? Austin Voss and Rhys Johnson pairing up nicely. As we made mention earlier in the broadcast, Rhys Johnson, great pedigree in doubles, was the NCAA #1 ranked doubles player in America.
That's
a few years ago.
That's right. Very highly touted doubles player. Got exceptional volleys.
Oh, beautiful high volley there from Austin Voss, and he's no stranger to winning tournaments and all his state league doubles this season. Austin Voss, alongside his good mate Ethan Cook. They played off in the final of the WA State Grass Court Championships at Mount Lawley end of last year, and he's had a terrific season this last 18 months, Austin Voss.
Big strong player, isn't he? Big serve, big forehand.
One-hander too, refreshing on the backhand side.
Yes. Yeah, you don't see many of them these days. Not many.
Kiss of death as well, didn't we?
Yeah.
It's the double fault. Have you seen the league change over the last 10 years since you've been part of the league, Joel?
I think it's been exceptional. You can see the amount of work people have been putting into our league. Obviously, big CEO man, you're doing a wonderful job. We've now got the commentary. We didn't have this when I was playing a few years ago. So this
you would have loved to play under the spotlight of the West Australian newspaper live stream.
Yeah, this would have been absolutely something I would have been chomping at the bit to get out here on Saturday afternoons.
It's great to see local WA tennis being publicised, patronised, and people understanding who our local talented players are. We've got such wonderful depth, and we saw that over the summer of tennis, particularly with the young ladies Talia Gibson, Taylor Preston, Lily Fairclough,
Madison Inglis.
Of course, Perth's very own Matthew Ebden getting through to that final of the doubles, which was one of the highest rated shows.
Yes,
the
viewership
last
was
12
well
months.
up there, wasn't it?
It was. Nick Kyrgios and
Special
Tanasi
case.
Kokonakis putting on a clinic and a show. As we see Brenton Bacon serving closest to the camera. Down the line, backhand. That's the backhand. The one hand you can see Austin Voss really giving it the big fist pump.
Yeah, he ripped that one,
He
didn't
enjoyed that. He'll play that on loop over and over tonight when he gets home and watches the replay of today's matches.
Just didn't take a big backswing, did he? Just nice and short and just leant in forward and ripped it.
Hensman Park TC currently leading by a break in this first set against Bacon and Will Hann.
Of course, Brenton Brager being a prominent figure in WA tennis for a very long time. He's a very talented man, isn't he, Brett?
Certainly is.
You stroll out here, he plays his doubles and just natural talent.
Spoke to him earlier about potentially changing around and playing some singles come finals time. He's still a very handy singles player.
Oh, definitely, especially on the grass with that lefty serve.
Oh,
no.
The slingy. That was great hands by all players there. I mean, Brenton Bacon really
Great
let his
doubles.
opponents off the hook there.
That's
with
right,
overhead
yeah,
smash.
that overhead, he just popped it back.
I've seen an overhead drop shot smash
No.
before.
Especially not with someone standing in the service box already.
The pressure is immense, and I think Brenton Bacon's lost too many doubles over the last couple of seasons. He was playing for Kings Park last year in the Goods Property Service State League. This year, obviously, at Cottesloe. He's made a welcome addition to Cottesloe's depth, and hence they're sitting on top of the ladder. They'll slip down to second on the back of potentially losing today's tie. Beautiful smash there by Brenton Bacon. The high five there. We see that a lot in doubles nowadays. Different tactics. Obviously the partnerships, the high five,
Yeah, that's right.
the racket taps, the fist pumps.
Yeah.
Very important. You were a WA Open winner in the doubles. Who were you partnering with when you won that title?
I think it was Sammy Ashenden.
Sam Ashenden.
Yes. Player
Partnered
from
up
Kings
very
Park.
well.
Yeah, he's still going, I think, in the state league.
Just talking to your brother Mitch, who's now the talent operations manager for tennis. We're saying that he thinks that Sam Ashenden from Kings Park's potentially the oldest player still playing state league without ever having won a state league title.
Oh, that's not a title you'd want to have, I don't think, Brett. I'm sure. No, Sam Ashenden's a great talent. He's been around. He's helped WA tennis for a very long time.
Dropping serve there, Brenton Bacon. You can see Will Hann, unfortunately, just dumping that volley.
First set.
First
Okay,
set.
First set, done and
6
dusted.
games to 1. It's all before them right now,
Yes.
Cottesloe Tennis Club.
So Cottesloe looking at an uphill battle now.
Certainly are. As we see Austin Voss just coming off the court, he's looking to get a refill. He's had a heck of a day. We spoke to Austin a little earlier in the broadcast, spoke about his time at US College, the depth of his team, some of his teammates. And they're going to be very hard to beat, particularly winning today and getting a home semi and a home grand final. It's
Yeah, that's all to
time
play
to
for.
lose, I think,
That's
JP.
right. I think so. I think they now become the favourites in the race to the title.
How much does home court advantage really, does it pay dividend to finish on top or put yourself in a position where you're playing your finals at home?
I definitely think so. I think people would prefer to play at home. They feel a bit more comfortable at a place they play every second week. So I think it's a tremendous advantage if you can secure that top spot and have those home semis and potentially a home final.
Of course, Hensman Park looking to go back-to-back. Might even be back-to-back-to-back. Might even be a three-peat for Hensman
I
men's
think so.
and women's as well. They did the double act last year, men's and women's sides from Hensman Park winning.
Always have produced strong players, Hensman Park Tennis Club.
Certainly have. I mean, you've played at a few clubs throughout your career. Did Hensman Park ever poach you, JP?
Oh, yes, I did. Spoke to Mark Luber a few times. At one stage, I thought I was going to be playing there. This would have been
Beautiful high backhand volley from
Great
Austin
backhand
Voss.
there. But yeah, this would have been going back just before I joined Cottesloe. I think it was yourself, Brett Patten, who got me down here to the great club. So
What a great recruitment coup.
definitely, yep. It couldn't have been any happier coming.
You and
playing
your brother,
down here.
Mitchell, ended up winning a Cottesloe State League title.
Yep, very fond memories.
Beautiful hands there. You can see around the net just the ease of power from Rhys Johnson.
Just such great control of the racket head, doesn't he, when he's got
Tremendous
those
talent.
volleys.
Your favourite play, was it singles or doubles? What did you prefer to do?
I prefer doubles. I loved the camaraderie of playing with a teammate and trying to tactically work out your opponents and find a way to win. I was always quite handy at the net, so I'd love to use my volleys, and I love to serve volley. I think it's great for the game. I think it should be done more often, not just on grass courts, but on the hard courts as well.
Have you seen the tactics of doubles change over the years?
I think so, but I think it's more to do with players these days and tall athletes and big serves, and it's all about being big, whereas maybe 10 years ago that's not the case, where you could have younger, smaller fellas, you know, fighting their way around the court, scrambling balls back in doubles. But now it's just those 1-2 punches, big serve, and then that person at the net's always looking to finish it off on that first volley.
Watching Hensman Park, Rhys Johnson, Austin Voss closest to the camera, leading by 1-0 against Will Hann and Brenton Bacon from Cottesloe. New tactics, both players standing at the back of the court to return. Will Hann now moving forward, getting in the traditional volleying position in doubles. And Brenton a little bit dissatisfied with his return there, just throwing the racket across. He's colourful, he's a character, Brenton. He'll start talking to himself, to the crowd, to his opponents. But this game is certainly all lopsided right now in favour of the Hensman duo, who are just playing flawless doubles on the second court here in this match of the round, Hensman Park versus Cottesloe at Cottesloe Tennis Club. Yes. Beautiful suburb, just up the road from Cottesloe Beach. Some wonderful sights to see around the club. Plenty punters down here enjoying a beverage, watching some wonderful world-class tennis, men's and women's state league played here at Cottesloe today.
It's also good to see all the courts being filled today by all the local club players and the social tennis. A wonderful afternoon of tennis.
Will Hann serving, currently down a set and 1 love. Shadows are slowly starting to creep across these front 2 courts at Cottesloe as the sun starts to set.
Good move there by Austin Voss, covering the middle. Brenton was looking to get that between the 2 opponents, but Austin Voss, great mover for a big fella.
He's almost the prototype of the top pro player now. Tall, he'd be about 6'5", Austin. Big serve, big game,
serve,
good
yeah,
mover.
That's right.
The yesteryears, the years that Shane Smedley used to come through and idolise Rod Laver and Lou Ho, they're all about 5'6" or 7.
Yes. Yeah, we were just mentioning before with Rob Kilderry, I said he was talking about Rafael Nadal winning tournaments at 14 years old, men's tournaments, same as Leighton Hewitt, but I suggested that's probably not going to be the case anymore, because you've got to be over 6 foot and
Strong.
play big tennis. So
Yep.
obviously when you're a younger age, you haven't fully developed yet, you haven't fully grown. So I'm not sure if we're ever going to see again those.
Probably interesting
types
stat
of
to have a look at too,
players,
JP, of all the players in the last decade, probably 20 years, the height of the winner of the Grand Slam. If we look at the last
Yeah, that's right.
61 Grand Slams out of a possible 66, I think it is, that the big 3 have won, Novak, Rafa and Roger, they're all over 6 foot.
They're all over 6 foot, yep, you're correct.
Marian Cilic has won one, he was about 6'5".
Yep,
Juan Martin Del
Potro,
Potro, he's about
that's another
6'5",
one.
6'6".
Yep, yeah, just big.
Who would have to be the shortest Grand Slam. This will test you. Shortest Grand Slam men's singles winner
Men's
over the last
singles
25 years.
25 years.
Michael Chang in 1989, French Open.
Okay. How tall is Hewitt?
He's about 5'11".
Okay.
So yeah, he won the US Open and Wimbledon. I think that's probably, Michael Chang would certainly have to be the smallest winner of a men's Grand Slam. It was defeating Stefan Edberg, 1988 or 1989 French Open. Just getting
Ball of energy,
our
wasn't
producer
he,
to search
Chang?
those facts up.
Very entertaining he was, Michael Chang.
Wasn't he? Certainly, every time he stepped onto the court, you know it was going to be a battle.
That's right.
Got to number 2 in the world. Through to a couple finals post his win at the French Open. Lost Australian Open singles to Boris Becker. A bit of grit and determination goes a long way. Beautiful backhand return from Rhys McDougall. Big shout out to Rhys McDougall, the captain of Mount Lawley Tennis Club. It's Rhys Johnson.
Come on.
Of course, you come from a long producers come back saying that Leighton Hewitt and Andre Agassi are below 6 foot. I think Michael Chang might have been a little bit shorter than Agassi and Leighton. Just overplaying. Good overhead smash from Brenton Bacon. I think the tallest player to win a Grand Slam would have been either Marion Cilic or Juan Martin Del Potro, 6'5", 6'6".
Yes.
And of course we see Juan Martin Del Potro call time on his wonderful career, JP. Playing his last tournament in Argentina.
In Argentina.
Been battling injuries for many years, but what a tremendous
what a talent. What a talent.
On his day, he was the only one really, along with Standard Wawrinka and Andy Murray over the last 10 years, that could trouble
right. That could threaten
big
the big three.
Will Hann serving. Closest to the camera. Cottesloe. Beautiful overhead smash
there by Rhys.
Letting that ball drop. What are the advantages of letting the ball drop and bounce on an overhead smash? Usually you like to take it out of the air, JP?
Yeah, I'd like to take it out of the air, but it depends. Yeah, that was thrown right up there, so that can be very tricky to judge sometimes, especially with the sea breeze blowing now, later in the day.
Right-handed too, with the sun setting.
That's right, so yeah, maybe just get a bit more balance, let the ball bounce up, and then timing might be a little bit easier.
Beautiful cross there. Great doubles from Rhys Johnson. Good understanding between Rhys and Austin Voss. And one-way traffic out here on this second court in the doubles.
It is.
Hensman Park having all the momentum.
Yeah, Rhys showing there the calibre of his doubles game, showing why he was ranked number 1 in the NCAAs over in college tennis.
Spoke about the change in technology early in the broadcast, JP. I mean, you were a traditionalist, used to love using the Prince rackets. You don't see a lot of Prince around nowadays. It's generally Wilson or Head or Yonex.
Right. I believe Isner's still with them.
He is.
Off the top of my head. Yeah, but you're right. You don't see many Prince rackets out there anymore.
Beautiful hands there by Brenton Bacon. Great return, Will Hann.
Yeah, the Yonex seems to be the popular choice by players these days.
He's made a resurgent, hasn't it?
That's right.
Really made famous by Martina Navratilova back in the 80s. And like any anything. Racket technologies and brands come and go, but Yonex has really ramped up again over the last few years. Stan Wawrinka using overlap sticks. Naomi Osaka.
Yes. Of course, Nick Kyrgios.
Yep. You've seen him break a few Yonex
Yeah,
rackets
I've
as
seen
well.
a few blue ones in a tatters.
He famously broke one of those Australian Open in the doubles with Tanasi Kokkinakis, and then decided to go hand it to a young kid in the stands.
That's
I'm
right.
not sure kids want a
That's
broken
right.
racket,
Yes,
do they?
That's right.
Give them
No,
a racket they can use.
that's exactly right. We want them out there playing, don't we? We don't want
Certainly
them,
do.
We don't want them smashed up.
Court number 1, Scotty Jones, closest to the camera with Adam Kehane from Cottesloe. Up against Evan Manso, the captain of Hensman Park, further on the camera. And Vuk Velickovic, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
I believe that's correct. Vuk Velickovic.
He's just come off the back of giving Max Weir his first defeat for this State League season. Tremendous effort by Vuk.
Interesting enough, we're seeing him warm up with some one-handed forehands.
Unorthodox,
Very
unconventional,
unorthodox,
hard to
yes.
teach. Two-handers on both wings.
Yeah, it just shows the amount of talent the man has.
We're going to continue on with the second court. Austin Voss and Rhys Johnson just giving the fist pump. Currently leading by a set, 3 games to love. This will be a rare loss for Will Hann and Brenton Bacon combining. Very strong doubles combination. Just haven't found their rhythm against the Hensman Park duo this afternoon. Sort of the old rope-a-dope there, just the sliding serve with not a lot of pace.
That's
from
right,
Brenton Bacon
yeah.
to Austin Voss.
Yeah. Brenton likes to do that, likes to change up the speeds and spins. Gives nothing away.
Oh, good touch.
Oh, yes.
Court,
Just
lucky.
snuck over the net cord there by Will Hann.
Interesting to note about the Australian Open. Playing in the summer heat, a lot of the Europeans don't wear caps. You see all the players, every player on this court today has been wearing a cap.
Yes.
And even Brenton Bacon's been wearing the sunglasses.
That's right, yes.
As I look around the grounds, everyone's wearing a hat and sunglasses. Why is it that the Europeans, in the searing heat of Australian summer of tennis, choose not to wear a hat?
Yeah, it's
Do you think it's a comfort thing?
confusing, isn't it? I'm not too sure.
Because the hat works in 2 ways. One, to keep the sun off your head, but also to protect
Oh,
your eyes
that's
from the
right,
sun.
that's right.
when
Maybe,
you're playing.
maybe obviously our government systems here obviously promote. We've got the Sun Smart. So maybe education might have a bit to play in it.
That's true. Of course, the sun is very beautiful serve there, Rhys Johnson. Or at the opening, just couldn't make the most of it. Will Hann. What do you think today's result may do to the chances of Cottesloe defeating or winning a State League title?
I think it definitely is a bump in the road for them. Obviously, it'll take them out of the top spot that they currently stand in. And yeah, so they'll maybe get a semi-final here at home, but then depending on what happens in the other semi-final, obviously Hensman, if they finish on top, they're going to get the semi-final at Hensman as well. If they win that, then that's where the final will go to, and I think that's going to favour Hensman a lot better than Cottesloe. I think Cottesloe is more suited to the grass court, especially with Scotty Jones, Brenton Bacon in the doubles. I think very much suited to these and comfortable out here on the grass court down at Cottesloe. But I think, yeah, as we saw in the singles with Scotty Jones, Matty Burton loves to hang back, so I think it's only going to benefit him to play a final on the
And
hard
it's
court.
interesting to note too, JP, that Rhys Johnson serves, kick it down the middle, second serve ace, if you don't
Ace.
mind.
There you go.
They're the only team in the top 4 vying for contention that are actually a home court hard club.
There you go.
So the other teams, I mean, obviously it's a little bit difficult if you're playing on grass and you're suited to grass and you prefer that
That's
style
right.
of tennis to go away and play your finals away from home on a
hard
surface
court.
that doesn't suit your game style.
Yeah, so there's the big advantage there for Hensman to finish on top at the end of the season.
Of course, this production is brought to you by Scotty Walsh from Scotty Walsh's Media. Tomio Yamazaki producing, doing a wonderful job keeping all around the state tuned into the best players, men and women, locally, WA tennis. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast. We've enjoyed bringing it to you right across the summer of tennis. Round 12, Goods Property Services State League men's competition. Round 13 for the women. They play 15 rounds. The men play 14. 2 more rounds remaining before we get into finals. And weather and COVID permitting, we get through to that last weekend of our Summer Pennant League season, crowning champion men's and women's state league team. Of course, a couple of years ago we had to call the competition off because of COVID. First year in about 103 years of league's history, we've had to call the event off halfway through the season, JP.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, COVID's thrown up a few different things at us, hasn't it? It's been quite uncomfortable, but there's not much we can do about it. BP, Scotty Jones stayed undefeated with his singles win today. Do you think he's locked in for the
Scotty Jones
MVP?
MVP for sure.
Think
MVP
so.
for this year. Love to see a premiership medallion around his neck as well.
Yes, obviously he already has one.
The last time Scotty won was with us, JP.
That's right.
Some 5 years ago, then went away to college.
That's right.
Comes back as the preeminent state league
I
player.
was just speaking to his dad earlier, and I think he was looking at going back and doing his masters because they were going to let him do a 5th year and play an extra year of college tennis due to COVID. But I think he decided against that. He's going to stay here.
Yeah, it certainly put everyone's plans them around over the last couple of years since
Yes,
COVID,
definitely.
unfortunately. We saw that here in the ATP Cup, not running this year for 2022. We'll be getting it back for 2023,
Great.
all things considered. We've been trying to work with Tennis Australia to get a Billie Jean King Cup tie here or a Davis Cup tie, but unfortunately, in our restrictions, we'll miss the boat. We'll get world-class tennis back to WA in the new year. Enjoy the concept of the ATP Cup, JP?
Yeah, I love it.
You're a big Hopman Cup fan.
I think it's a great idea.
Of course, you were doing a bit of hitting with some of the Hopman Cup athletes.
That's right. Yeah, I did that for a few years. It was great fun. It's good to.
Who were some of the players that you were hitting with?
So I was fortunate enough. I got to hit with Karolina Pliskova. I think she got to world number 2, I believe. Alexander Zverev was another one. When he was probably 6 years ago. He was a bit younger, 18-year-old at the time maybe.
Gold medalist at the Olympics.
Yes, big man. He's a
Around
big presence he has. Old Alexander Zverev.
He famously let go of an opportunity to win his first Grand
right.
Slam at the US Open against Dominic
That's
Thiem.
right. He would have been another one that was
He's leading 2 sets to love.
on the tall list of tall male players. He would have been up there.
I think he is certainly only no matter a year or 2 away from being crowned a Grand Slam champion.
I think so.
He's
I
got
think
the
he's
game.
well on the way. Yep, I agree. He's got all the shots. Big serve, backhands, so solid, and obviously a massive forehand, so his game could go anywhere.
Ross serving.
It's
lovely
great
play.
movement
You can
there.
see that good cross court play, serve and volley. It was a great return from Will Hann.
I think I mentioned it earlier. He reminds me a bit of a Cameron Fenner type.
Just a little bit Cameron Fennerish.
He's got the
former
big,
MVP.
strong legs. Big serve, one-handed backhand, and loves to serve volley.
Cameron Fenner was one of the best players in WA for many years, winning a
Definitely.
number of state league titles, MVP awards.
Yes, numerous
titles.
MVPs.
Part of Hensman Park for many years. Oh, a lovely little snap of the wrist there.
Yes, good pick up
Moving
there.
away from Rhys Johnson. You can see just the ability of Brenton Bacon to be able to create something out of nothing. The quick snap of the wrist. That's not an easy shot
That's
to
not.
hit.
Trying to get that up and down fast over the net. Very difficult. Big serve there by Austin Voss, and Rhys just finishing that off at the net. Seem to be looking pretty comfortable in this service game for Austin and Rhys.
Oh, sorry, mate.
In the background here, just tuning in. Wonderful crowd down here at Cottesloe Tennis Club. The last hour or so of play here in the men's round 12, match of the round, State League match between Cottesloe and Hensman Park. Vying for that top spot to carry him all the way through to the finals, give himself home court advantage. A lot of discussion going on between Vuk and Evan Manso, the captain of the Hensman Park State League side. This will be an entertaining match. Vuk ready to serve.
I think we'll see they'll bring a lot of energy, these two, Vuk and Evan.
Overplayed. Interesting style of game from Velickovic. His theatrics on court, a bit like Nick Kyrgios. He sort of keeps you guessing a lot of the time as to what he's going to do and say. And instead of concentrating on tennis, the opponent might get a little bit distracted. Beautiful touch, just a little long. Great court smarts from Scotty Jones. Saw the opportunity, was off balance, but tried to make something out of nothing. And that's the smarts of Scotty Jones. A lot of talking between the two. Overplaying that for you. You can see that, just caught that a little bit late, Evan Manso.
You can see both returners happy to stay back on the baseline off the first serve.
Vuk and Evan just giving instructions as to where he wants the serve to go and where he's going to move. Yeah, nice hands again. All set up by Scotty Jones's return. Very consistent, very solid, very predictable. Always make good numbers, Scotty Jones. Gives themselves the opportunity to win every point, particularly when he's returning. It's a big ask between Kehane and Jones to win against two really experienced doubles players, Velickovic and Evan Manso. Lovely serve, kicked wide. Caught a little bit flat-footed there, and Kehane. Just starting to see the shadows creeping across the bottom left-hand corner. Top court here at Cottesloe Tennis Club. Beautiful serve down the middle.
Serve there by Vuk. Big ace.
Well done. You can see the fist pumping going on nice and early. He doesn't mind getting up and about, getting that energy flowing.
He loves the energy.
Yeah, Evan loves it as well. He loves to feed off the energy. Wonderful production put together again by Scotty Walsh. Scotty Walsh's media, Tomio Yamazaki. As we sneak across to the second court, as we're waiting for the top court to just change ends. Evan Manso. Closer to the camera. Be able to see here and listen to the intensity, particularly from Vuk.
Funky socks on, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got the colours. Lots to light up.
Game to match it.
Scotty Jones serving. if you don't mind the off-slice backhand.
Great hand
It's a
skills.
great return from Evan Manso. Gee whiz, soft hands from Scotty Jones. Classy.
Control the racket face there. Unbelievable.
Double fault. See Scotty just shaking his head. Doesn't need to give away cheap points. Both Evan and Vuk very solid returners. Great half volley attempt playing a little wide. Beautiful return from Evan Manso, and down at the incoming feet of Scotty Jones. How do you like to play your doubles? What was your go-to?
Yeah, I love that play, getting it down low off the return, get at the feet, make them hit up, and then close in as fast as you can. Try and get that put away ball. I used to love returning on the backhand side. I used to lean in on it, get that short swing, get it rolling cross court at the toes.
Two-handed backhand.
Yep.
Joel Pleydell. Beautiful return.
As you just see from Vuk there, ideal play.
It's interesting to note around the double-hander versus the single-hander, particularly in doubles returning. The double-hander seems to be most effective.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. He hits that for good cargo, cover. Here you go, boys, come on. Here we go, step back. Go. How do you focus? Focus, go. That's the one I can do on my return, you know what I mean? No. I'm saying like, you don't want to go hard as you know on your return. You've got the lefty snap. So on my side, just back in. Going, it's all good. You want to go here? Go, baby. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Tried to hit it short and it just...
Just watching the closing stages of this second set. Will Hann and Brenton Bacon have broken back on serve in their second set. Down a break. Of course, the Hensman Park duo were looking to serve this match out, find themselves deep into the second set. In a precarious position. Will Hann serving closer to the camera. Cottesloe. Overplaying. Beautiful serve.
Great serve.
Left-hander server.
Yeah.
And
Swung it
traditionally
out.
a very good volley. He's just been a bit
Should've-
off colour today, Will Hann.
Would have loved to send that volley just go straight through Rhys there.
15 points apiece. Needs to hold this to stay in the match. Beautiful return of serving
Great
here. The big
return.
yes, the big come on from Rhys Johnson.
Yeah, he didn't do much wrong there actually, Will Hann, at all.
Not a lot at all. Great return of
Great
serve.
return.
A little bit of pressure on the server now. Having to hold serve to stay in the match. Cottesloe trailing 3 rubbers to 1. Top of the table clash. First serve let. Beautiful hands, Brenton Bacon.
Hands.
Just what the duo needed. Nice point there to consolidate. A fair bit of work to do, the Cottesloe duo, to get back into this match. Just pushing that backhand wide.
Great
Good
hand
hands.
skills though at the net there, Austin Voss.
Five games apiece. Overplaying there, Austin Voss. A bit nervy now, a little bit of,
Yeah, a little bit
of jello in that
tension the arm,
elbow.
I think, yeah.
Of course, third set will be a super tiebreaker.
Yes, you never want to start off with a double foul. You're just mounting pressure on yourself unnecessarily. There you go, you
Beautiful,
see the
ripping
pressing there.
forehand. Opportunity here, the door is opening for the
Yes.
Cottesloe duo. Love 35 games apiece.
Big point coming up.
I think it's important that Cottesloe close this match out very strongly. Go down to the wire. It'd be nice to know that last time they played, they went through the sunset, called off. It was a draw.
Oh, there you go.
Nice serve, flat, right into
Serve.
that left hip of Brenton Bacon. Just couldn't produce the goods. 15-30. Just swinging wide. Call of out from Will Hann. Oh, if you don't mind, a half volley
big
winner
come
there.
on
Just
there,
let go
Austin
from Will
Voss.
Hann.
Great pickup.
Dropped in. 30 points apiece, 30 all. Good dig there from Austin Voss. That was a very, very tough half volley. Ball dipping down, incoming. Weight moving forward. Played that textbook perfect. All. Lovely touch
Great
again,
touch.
Rhys Johnson. That's the experience to know when to produce at the big times.
Yeah.
He's been very good today, Rhys Johnson. It's probably been the best form I've seen him in for some time. His singles win against Will Hann, his performance here in the doubles.
Yeah, definitely. He's got an uncanny ability to come up in the big moments.
Beautiful return, Will Hann.
Great return.
He was looking to find that when he was 15-30. Juice.
Sudden death point, I believe.
Yes. And the returners get to choose. It looks like they're going to opt to serve return to the Will Hann side of the court. They feel like they're getting more bang for their buck. He's missed it.
He's missed
Came
it,
off the
Rhys.
bottom of the frame, and you can see him just about to launch into throwing that racket, Rhys Johnson.
Oh, his eyes lit up, didn't he, on that
He is.
volley? He saw it there, and he had a big swing at it.
Break a serve. This is
Big swing. It was probably not a smash. It was more of a punch volley.
That's right. Cottesloe leading 6-5. Chance to serve out this second set. Move it to a super tiebreaker for the third. So we move back before we move to number 2 for the closing stages. The second doubles. Vuk Velickovic serving with Evan Manso. Scotty Jones returning off the backhand wing for Cottesloe.
So that last point, a bit unhappy with himself missing that smash.
Overplaying. There's the breaker
There's the
serve.
break.
Both courts seem to have some momentum as we skip back to the closing stages of the second set. Court number 2, Brenton Bacon serving, partnered by Will Hann for Cottesloe. Lost the first, up 6-5 against Austin Voss and Rhys Johnson from Hensman Park Tennis Club. That ball
Great
just
return
sat up,
there.
didn't it? No real push through the court.
No. Just
bit too
kicked
much
up
spin.
Off the Cottesloe grass there. Easy return backhand for Rhys.
Beautiful overhead.
Great
Great
overhead,
athleticism
yeah.
from Will Hann. That's not an easy shot to execute,
No,
JP.
Not at all.
Moving back with the flight of the ball, having to launch
That's
up
right.
into the...
And at that speed as well, getting back quickly.
15 points apiece. 6-5, second set. Cottesloe serving. (40-15) set points, second set. Opportunity to push this into a super tiebreaker. First to 10 points if it goes to a super tiebreaker in the third set. Brenton Bacon serving from Cottesloe. There it is, overplaying that forehand drive. You can see just the head being thrown back from Rhys Johnson. Frustrated, apologies, it was 30-all. Set point now for the Cottesloe duo.
I think Brenton will be looking for a first serve here.
He's
Trying
looking
to
to
close
buy a
out the
first
set.
serve. Juice, break back point or set point. Where's your money going on
There
here,
you go.
JP?
I think I'm going with the server. I
Good
think
money.
That's the advantage there. Can find a first serve again. Try and get Willie Hann involved at the net here.
Overplaying it, there it is. There's a set and the racket's gone. You can hear the easy call from Brenton Bacon.
Brenton
Just letting
calling
his
out
opponents
easy.
know. That's a set apiece going into a third set super tiebreaker as we skip back to the top court. Scotty Jones serving. Nice and wide. Evan Manso on this full stretch. Couldn't drag that ball back and over the net. Looking forward to this super tiebreaker. We'll snap back to that once the players get back onto court. Just taking a few moments here at the end of the third. Just compose themselves as we watch Vuk Velickovic closer to the camera, returning with Evan Manso. Hensman Park. Beautiful serve, beautiful overhead. Caught a little bit of chalk there on that serve, I think. Vuk just having a look, second look at it. Welcome back. A few technical difficulties there. Just cutting back into the first singles match here between Cottesloe and Hensman Park. Doubles match, I should say. Adam Kehane serving from Cottesloe, partnering up with Scotty Jones. Currently the score is 4 games apiece. We'll keep you updated with the second court before the technical difficulties. They are into a third set super tiebreaker. First to 10 points. Throwing the racket just off camera there. You can see a few of the little specks of shadow moving across the courts. Won't cause the players too many problems. It's at the back of the court, not impacting the actual court. Vuk Velickovic from Hensman Park serving. Oh, he cut across Scotty. Scotty has that beautiful hands around the net. He wouldn't be happy with that. Oh, again, had the opening there. He saw it, moved nice and early, did Evan Manso. But just couldn't capitalise.
Both teams showing tremendous talent.
We skip across to camera 3 just to
teams.
close out this super tiebreaker. Man's backhand return and wide, and there's the end of the match. Austin Voss, Rhys Johnson, too good for Will Hann and Brenton Bacon, giving Cottesloe, I should say Hensman Park, a 4-1 lead. Unassailable at this stage. They will win the day. Finish this round on top of the ladder. They were sitting in second spot, heading into round 12. As we sneak back across to the top court. 4 games apiece. Hensman Park serving. Beautiful.
Wow, hey. Scotty Jones not known for his one-handed backhand, but he's pulled one out there. Return straight down the line.
Go, right here. Come on. Alright, you got this. Take a return. Go. Right here. Great return. Great return. And, also good pickup, not too much, right? Just enough. Just enough to get to the net. That's the aim. Get to the net. That's what we want to do. Aim the point, get to the net. Right here. Come on. Show me. Show me. Yes. Oh, go. Come on, right here. Show me. Give me a make here. You need to play the volley. Play volley, whatever. Pop it up in the air, whatever you need to. Focus, focus. Don't worry, got it. Good. Yeah. Yeah, Scott. Right here. Yep. Come on, mate. Go. Full swing, full swing. Right. Block. Full swing. Right here. Come on, right here. Come on. Nice. Let's go. Good stuff. Go. Jamie. Yep. No. Yep. No. Yep. Yes. Yes. Reflexes! God! Bunting on the feet all day, isn't he?
Yeah. Slow it down. You want to come next time. You know what I'm saying?
Which is good to reverse though. Right. Yep. Nah. Yep. Nah. Yep. Yeah. Like that? Yeah. 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 Yes.
You. Rob, the ball you.
Great tennis IQ there.
Yeah,
Soft hands over the head.
That's right. It's
Just
got
doesn't
great
look like
awareness.
making a mistake, yeah.
Yep, very good tennis brain. Put himself in the right position to execute that volley. And again with the return there, see the smarts getting it down low at Scotty Jones, making him play a tough volley.
Oh, that's a lovely backhand
That's
volley
not an
here.
easy shot either, that high backhand volley. He's created some power out of that high backhand volley somehow.
So what have we got? 1-2 tie break. 2-1 tie break. Maybe 2-1. Maybe 2-1, 1-2. I got distracted with 2-1. Do you think?
Yep, I think we've got 2-1 to
2-1.
the Hensman boys.
Oh, lovely shot.
Great
Lovely
pass
shot.
there by Scotty Jones.
Well, I've found that a strange miss from Vuk there because Scotty's way back on that back foot there.
Yeah, that's right.
He's not going to be able to go across court from here. He's got to be able to pull it down the line, and Vuk should have really seen where that ball was going to be going. He couldn't go anywhere else other than there.
Yeah, that's right. I think he was anticipating that to go across court and just got stuck on his heels.
2-3. Split the serve there of Evan Manso, so 2-3. Normal 12-point tiebreaker, first to 7 points by a margin of 2. Yeah, lovely serve from Adam. 3-3, change ends. Change ends after every 6 points. We start to see the shadows lengthening across the courts, can't we?
Just starting to creep across onto the court now, so might play a bit of a factor late in this tie break. So we've got the women's doubles going on over there. There's still one more rubber to be played out against Cottesloe and Kings Park.
Evenly matches first set here. 6 games all, 3 points all. Nice easy put away volley from Jones there.
No, I haven't finished the other one. Thank you. So that's me. No.
Yeah, spectators are getting quite rowdy now, quite restless now. It's been a long afternoon in the sun.
That's right, the bar opened up at 3 o'clock.
Great hands from Manso there under a lot of pressure. Well done.
Yeah, he didn't try to do anything fancy, did he? He just kept the hands out in front on the volley, full racket face ball on the ball, and then basically told Adam to come up with something special.
So the serve wide is called serve wide and stay. Again, all the signals in the world don't mean a thing if you don't hit the serve in.
That's right.
Well, that's probably the first unforced error Vuk's made all day. With 3.5 hours of tennis, he's made his first unforced error, double fault. And what a time to do it in the TV.
Yeah. Pressure's a funny thing, isn't it?
That was a point against serve.
Great first serve there.
This is
Scotty Jones.
set point now, I think, for Scott on his racket. 6-4.
Very good pressure player, Scotty Jones.
It just shows you, doesn't it? Just one lapse there on that double fault changes the whole complexity of this set now.
Right.
So 2 set points, 6-4. It's on Scott Jones's racket. Well done.
Great overhead
Great
there
point
by
there.
Scotty to finish off that first set.
And you could trace that back to one double fault. That's all it was.
That's right.
Leave with me for a few minutes. I might get a chance.
Just been looked after by the wonderful Cottesloe Tennis Club and their hospitality. There's still a big crowd here, and they're all enjoying the fruits of the club here. People are coming from everywhere.
He's got Austin Voss coming out to do a little bit of coaching and fill up some water bottles for the Hensman boys.
Apologies to the viewers. I'm just munching into an arancini ball. It's pretty good. So as you could hear, it obviously meant a lot to Cottesloe to win that first set there. So Scotty's still really keen to maintain his unbeaten record, and as Joel, you alluded to, he's obviously looking after the 1 point. Wants that one extra point. Could be very important at the end of the season. How are you going with Aaron Cheney, boy? Enjoying it?
Yeah, it's beautiful. Being very well looked after here today down at Cottesloe. I think as well with the Cottesloe team here, even with the day being done, I think they still want to put on a show for all the members and everyone who's turned out here today. It's been a wonderful crowd turnout for the double header.
And don't forget, the spectators who support the team all year and the sponsors who financially support the team. There's a lot of responsibilities, a lot of obligations here.
That's right.
Scotty Jones just practicing his forward defence there. Nice high elbow, straight back lift. So Adam and Kehane to kick off the second set. Cottesloe boys won that first set in a tie break. Looks like the members are enjoying a few brewskis out there, Joel.
I think so,
It's
yes.
going to get a little bit rowdier with the bar open and a few Chardonnays going down.
Definitely.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. That's a lovely shot by Manso through the middle there.
Yeah, just split them, didn't he? Straight through the middle. So not a bad play in doubles. It's a great tactic actually, rather than trying to go around the outsides.
Had the pleasure of working with Evan Manso at Curtin University. He was part of our university tennis team, along with Alex Downey and a few others, and a lovely young man. Graduated now, started his new career. Yeah, so Evan graduated into 2021, now in his new career, very excited about. So it'll be interesting to see how that affects his tennis. Being a full-time work, because the university students, I think they study for about, is it 40 weeks of the year? No, less than that. 13 weeks, 20, maybe 26 weeks a year. I think there's committed classes 26 weeks of the year. Semester of 13 weeks.
Yep.
So they have a lot of time off. And the students, when they finished up end of 2021, had 4 months off before when they had to come back to uni again. So
that's right.
You'll probably find a different space now that he's at work, working 9 to 5, and
Yeah, it's a difficult challenge to be able to keep up your standard of tennis as well while you're working full time.
And all the juniors find that, don't they? Though, you know, once they move out of junior ranks, once they move into adult ranks, and expectations around employment and income, and it does change things.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Yeah, obviously he's captain of the Evan is obviously captain of the Hensman State League team, so obviously still enjoying his tennis and happy to be a part of the team and playing doubles most weeks. Great volley there by Adam.
Just missed it. Yeah, good. First game, second set. Cottesloe lead 1-0. The boys will change ends now.
Yeah, just seeing Austin Voss bring out a packet of shapes.
Shapes.
Barbecue shapes. What was your go-to food on the court?
No, mate, I was old school. I was bananas.
Bananas.
I was bananas. Certainly not shapes, that's for sure.
No, not barbecue shapes. Maybe a few Allen snakes for a bit of sugar rush.
Tough to get good help, isn't it, Joel?
It is.
This is going to be a serve, middle and go. So if you're watching the coverage at home, have a look at the hand signals that Vuk shows Evan and see if you can pick out what he's actually going to do. There's nothing too complicated about it. So either left body or middle. So he's middle there, it's not the bird. And when he opens up his hand, he's going to cross. And when he keeps his hand closed, he's going to stay. And when he opens and closes his fist, what does he do, Joel?
He's going to be faking.
Oh, that's why you're MVP twice.
That's right, mate.
Twice up.
Yes, the flashing one means he's going to showcase that he's going to be looking to cross, but going to hold his position.
Oh, lovely return. You can't be annoyed about that. I mean, it was just a beautiful return, and it bounced over the racket, and you're going to get those vagaries on a grass court, but it was a beautiful return.
That's right. One of those ones where you can't do much about it.
Shake it off, get on to the next point. Yeah, some great hands from Evan there. He picked up a really nice skidding slice forehand ball. He picked that up well, and two quality volleys.
That's right.
And didn't back off, did he? Kept on moving forward.
No, he did. That's right. He kept his racket face straight up in front after each volley, which is what you need to do.
1-1 second set. Our serve was long, yeah. And that's great hands from Vuk there.
It is. Yeah.
And you see that a lot more in doubles now, where actually the return of servers, serving team signals as well. Never used to see that, but you see it a lot more now. And generally, what's the player closer to the net's indicating whether he's going to move and try to intercept or not.
That's right.
Just missed it. He made it, did he?
I think he made it, yes.
And I think he did.
He snuck it in.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Evan was pretty happy with that one.
Yeah.
Feeding off that energy.
Love 30, in a bit of trouble here. Or 15, did he call 15 all? May he called 15 all.
Great serve there by Scotty. Always senses the moment when he needs to pull out the big guns.
He's holding his focus pretty well. Day's done for Cottesloe. They've lost the day. Haven't seen the I formation too much today.
No, we haven't seen too much crossing at the net.
Oh yeah, there's a typical ball out of the shadows, hard to see.
Yeah.
Or as Tommy George used to say before he went up to Northern Territory, was called it the squeeze.
Squeeze.
Which I thought was quite unique. I mean, I went with it, but I've never heard it before.
Yeah, me either. Actually, that's the first
He
time
said
I've
the
heard
squeeze,
it.
yeah.
There you go.
I thought he was having a lend to me, mate. No, he was dead serious. Got out of jail and overplayed that one, didn't he?
Overplayed there, that one on Vukie. I think his eyes just lit up a bit too much. Pressed a little too hard.
Yeah. The ball was there too, wasn't it?
It was there.
40-30.21.
Oh, that's a
Oh,
good
great
get.
hands.
Great get.
Oh. It was always going to be tough, wasn't it?
Yeah, that
heavy
one.
spinning,
That's
top
right.
spin lob. And it
Dipping
dropped
quick
on
on
his
you.
head, yeah.
That's right. Again, yeah, just...
Got out of jail there.
Yeah.
They were in a bit of trouble.
That's right.
Got back on serve. Still on serve. 1-2 with Hensman to serve. So have you enjoyed your first day in commentary?
I have. It's been wonderful down here at Cottesloe. I've got a perfect day for it in the end.
And have you seen many different players that weren't playing when you were playing earlier?
Yes, I have actually. There's been quite a few changes. A couple of the same boys I was playing with at Cottesloe are still down here, Scotty Jones and Will Hann. We're just introducing Julia Speziali into the commentary booth. Welcome, Julia.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
We're just enjoying the last rubber of the day between Cottesloe and Hensman.
Yes.
How have you found today's play?
Oh, today's play has been, even though the rubbers may not reflect it, it's actually been very good tennis.
It's been outstanding level, hasn't it?
So, looks like Cottesloe's up. First set, 2-1 up in the second set.
Yep, 2-1 up this set on serve, I believe. So they'll be looking to press here, trying to get the break, secure the break, and try and end on a high here, even though they've lost the day already. We got Evan Manso to serve. Oh, sorry, Vuk Velickovic.
So Evan Manso, he's actually a Curtin University student.
Yeah, Shane was just mentioning. Played on the university team for tennis, I believe.
And Vuk was a junior when you were a junior,
He
Joel.
was. He was similar age to me. He might be a year or so younger than I am. Obviously, Vuk went to college.
I remember Vuk playing at UWA on the clay courts, 2009, 2010.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah, that shows
Very
my
long time
age.
ago. Nearly 13 years ago. Second serve. Great pickup. Oh, great pickup there by
unlucky.
Vuk. Just stretching and lunging at the ball to pick up that volley.
He ran his heart
over
out.
the net. He did. That he did. Scotty Jones obviously just couldn't get to that last one. Great first serve there by Vuk. Much welcome first serve. Try and get an easy, comfortable hold and put the pressure back on the Cottesloe pair.
He looks like he's got the Andy Roddick cut-off serve.
Yeah, that's actually a very good comparison.
See, because I remember growing up as a junior playing tennis. Your hands on each side have to be symmetrical, so they have to follow each other.
That's right. That's right.
So I remember when Andy Roddick came out 2008, 2007,
That's
and he had the
about his
cut-off
time,
serve.
yeah.
It was quite cutting edge, mind the pun.
Yeah, very good.
But you see now, because Rob Kilderry, who was interviewed earlier, you see him and he says it doesn't matter about technique anymore. Like, technique's changed.
That's right.
Where everything has to mirror and
That's
everything has
right.
to be symmetrical. That technique's all changed now, so...
Yep, you're exactly right. So you can see there's not just one way to play our great sport.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's always evolving,
yeah,
which is great to hear.
Everyone's got their own little ways of doing things.
Yeah.
And
How's your
everyone's
serve?
My
I remember
serve?
you had a big serve, big first serve.
Oh, I don't really have anything at the moment. Too busy hitting a little white ball around.
And your second serve, I remember the kick you had on your second serve. You had quite a bit of kick on your second serve.
A little bit of kick, yeah. I wouldn't say. I think
Oh, it's a bit of kick.
there's a little bit of kick
I
there.
remember watching, actually, back in the day at tournaments, people actually had to do a bit of a jump to return your second serve
Well,
with that
I'm
kick.
not so sure about that. I was pretty
I
small
remember
as
the
a
jumps.
junior.
Oh,
that's great touch
good
there by
hands.
Vuk. Just
Good
a
placement.
little angled backhand, finding the space in the tram lines. All right, we're just having a switch over. We're welcoming Shane back into the commentary booth.
I was actually looking at, there's a poster in the clubhouse. Bye, Tommy. Thank you for your work behind the panel today. Tommy's on his way. He's got dinner with the family. Getting rather late here in the afternoon. I was watching. There's a poster in the Cottesloe clubhouse. We're talking about Davis Cup when Davis Cup was hosted here,
yes.
and it was Uzbekistan
That's
in
right.
2014. Leighton Hewitt, Tanasi Kokkinakis, Chris Guccione.
Chris Guccione, there's the name.
Gooch
Yeah, the big.
came in and
the
played
big fella.
dubs, and there was another player there that I didn't recognise. I don't know who it was. So I would imagine that Gooch would have played doubles, Kokkinakis and Hewitt would have played singles. I don't know who the other player was.
Yeah, okay, interesting.
So bring me up to speed, JP, as Patsy calls you.
That's right, yeah.
Bring me up to speed. What's going on? What have you seen in the last 10 minutes?
So I think
We still on serve?
we are still on serve. So we're just seeing Vuk and Evan just get a bit more energy up and about. I think they really want to try and press and try and get consolidated break here.
So they've held serve, so we're 2-2.
That's it, we're 2-2.
Oh, Adam Kahn's gone for that dirty left-handed
Yes.
slider wide, halfway up the tram lines.
That's right, Brenton Bacon does that brilliantly.
Yeah, it's the go-to for the lefty, especially with that bruise coming across your shoulder.
Yep, especially against that
And,
right-hander swinging out to the backhand.
He's not happy with that because he's dropped serve there on that. Push too much on that, drop serve
So
there.
there you go, the Hensman boys get the breaker serve.
Yeah, so if you're a lefty hitting that breaking serve on that backhand court, it's all about how short you hit it.
That's right.
And typically when we're hitting serves, we're looking for depth. But if you're trying to get angle on the serve, if you're serving wide on both sides, so typically the right-hander on the forehand court and left-hander on the backhand court, you want that ball to be hitting the tram line, the singles tram line, 2/3 of the way up. Because if you hit right into that corner, you tend to nullify the break you're going to get and the angle you're going to get. So you really want to be hitting it short up the line. Much tougher serve for the left-hander serving to the forehand court. McEnroe was probably the best player to ever have done it as a lefty, to hit it out wide on the forehand court. Was that a go-to for you?
Yeah, definitely. You always look to use all angles of the court and try and picture plays in your mind and create your own plays. But yeah, as you said, you want to try and if you're going out wide, you want to try and hit it short in the box. So you want that your opponent's moving right out of the court. As you said, if you get it deep into the box, then it's easy. They just take a little lunge and then it's a comfortable return. So you're really trying to look to swing them right off the court and then looking to open it up and hitting it into the open court after that first ball that you get back.
Thank you for that insight. But of course, a lot of that effort on the breaking serves are nullified if you don't come in behind it.
That's right.
If you allow the returner server just to float the ball back into court, there's not a lot of point for going through that trouble.
Yeah, that's right. And the point of the floating return is obviously for the player to get back and give themselves time to get back and recover to the middle of the court so they can start from neutral again.
Yeah, he's been very impressive, Evan, out here today. Hasn't missed too much. He, again, another volleyer. And as you see, typical doubles players, got really good hands, very, very firm, very strong wrists. And as you've alluded to a number of times, Joel, today, control that racket face.
That's right.
Knows exactly where the racket face is at all times.
Yep. Yeah, very, very comfortable serve volleyer, Evan Manso.
Was he playing singles when you were playing?
Yes, yeah, Evan was playing a lot of singles. He was playing for Mount Lawley at that time when I was playing. Obviously, he's made the switch to Hensman Park. Feels more comfortable there.
Did you ever play him in singles?
Yes, I matched up with him a couple of times.
Chopped him up?
Both times on grass. Lucky enough to get a win over him both times. But I think his game is more suited to the double style.
Yes.
He's very, very natural serve volleyer. He's got a big serve and he has got those hand skills that you were saying before. So I think, especially on the grass, the doubles game for him is something he should definitely keep working through.
Yeah, he's another player. Players serves will have effortless power, don't they?
Yeah.
They don't look like they're trying to hit it too hard. All the body segments come together at the right times. They all summate. The word we use, summation of force. They all summate at the right order at the right time, and it's just effortless. And you watch his serve; it's just smooth, free flowing, great speed. Oh, he's missed an easy one. Nice move from Adam there. He crossed on the half volley, which is what he should have done.
Yeah, it was just that awkward height, wasn't it? That ball
just
there?
sort of
just in between a smash and a volley, wasn't it?
Yeah, you're right. It was around about head height, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's just an awkward position there. Got away with one there, Hensman.
Yeah, got a lucky one there.
Another great serve. Can't believe he's let that ball bounce in. Must have lost that ball in the air, because you don't. Very rarely do you see a potential smash.
That's right.
Allowed to bounce.
Yeah, especially in doubles, you want to take as much time away as you can from your opponents.
This is a sudden death point. Serving body. Oh, he saw it early, didn't he, too? I think he missed his line, Evan, there. I think he was trying to go body and actually pushed it wide.
Yeah, a little bit wide, and Jones was sweating on it with that.
He saw it early,
backhand.
didn't he? Bunted that, as we've seen Austin Voss do all day, bunted it down the line, missed it. Wasn't even close, but, geez, it looked good.
It looked great, didn't it? It came straight off the middle of the racket.
So 3-3 on serve. Probably 2/3 of the court now are in shadows now, so it'll make it a little bit easier soon.
Yes.
You could see Scott there just a little bit unsure when the volley came to him, didn't he? Just got a little bit late. I don't think he picked it up as early as he has done. It's coming out of the sunlight into the shadows.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they hit a bit low down on the racket face. They caught a little bit of frame, floating it long.
Yeah, great overhead from Adam.
Overhead to find that kind of angle there. Wow.
Yeah, that's the lefty. It's a lefty smash there out wide. You can get it right out wide, get the racket out behind your head and push it out wide, and it's a great smash. If the viewers next comment have a look at Vuk's how he returns serve and the racket grip that he takes, it's quite unique. Oh, was there for Evan too. He missed an easy one.
Yeah, he was all over it, wasn't he, there?
So have a look now as Vuk returns serve. Have a look at his grips that he takes. I'm trying to work out what it is, but it changes so many times. He holds his racket head right up, and it looks like he has a western with his right hand. He does, yeah. Then he hits a slice backhand.
That's right, yeah. It's incredible, isn't it? The amount of handwork he has to do. Keep chopping and changing on both sides.
I actually wonder if he's hitting it with the alternate face of the racket. I'll have a look at that next time.
Yeah. Just missing that volley there. Give Cottesloe
Still on
hold.
serve 4-3. I remember the player shall remain nameless, but I remember a player who used to hit forehands and backhands with the same face of the racket. Think about that.
That is interesting. I don't even know how that is possible.
It was the
Forehand.
grips that he used, and he actually, because when we hit a forehand, we hit with one side of the
That's
racket,
right.
when we hit a backhand with the backhand side of
That's
the racket.
right.
But he'd actually hit, and so he hit a forehand, then he'd turn his hand around the other way, and hit with the same
Those
head of the
hitting
racket.
inside-out backhands. There you go.
So it meant he didn't have to change his grip.
Yeah,
Never
that's-
changed his grip. So he'd hold it one way and go the other way. Never changed the grip. So he never got caught out having to change, running out of time.
There you go, yeah. I guess you sacrifice that over a bit of power, though. You're probably going to lose a little bit of power on your backhand by playing that way, but...
Yeah, interesting. I'm trying to remember who the player was, but might have been Bruce Thompson. There's a name from the past.
Certainly going to save you some crucial time to
Oh yeah,
get set up.
It was never rushed. Never
Yeah.
rushed in trying to get his grips right. Because most players today might make quite a significant grip change between their forehand and their backhand. Most using semi-western, western forehand grips. Backhand most of them are using two hands. But if you're using semi-western forehand and a single-handed backhand, you've got to move your hand around that grip a long way.
Yep, exactly right.
He's had a lot of success with that body serve, hasn't he, today? Vuk served at the body again. It's worked really well for him. Underestimated, undervalued the body
I
serve.
think so, yeah. I think people underestimate the value of it. It's a great...
Yeah, most players are expecting to move to the forehand or the
That's
backhand
right.
side.
That's right. It's not easy to get out of the way and try and lean in on your body weight still.
That's another great volley from Velickovic there. Strong hands. Been very impressed with the young fella today. Matches in other courts are slowly starting to wind up. Great commitment to the league here at Cottesloe Tennis Club. They had the two middle bays all committed to league matches. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 courts here. 5 courts here. So Cottesloe have 10 courts dedicated to league play today, pennant play today, and another 10 courts for social play. And those 10 social courts were used all day.
All day, yep. Fantastic turnout again on a Saturday afternoon down here at Cottesloe.
So 3-4 serving. No breaks of serve in this set so far. 15 all. Yeah, you can see when they're serving to the forehand court, ball coming out of those shadows. None of the boys are terribly confident hitting that volley.
Yeah.
They're still trying to find it, aren't they? And they're reaching for it.
So you just kind of lose it a little bit when it's going in and out of those shadows.
30-15. Lovely serve there from Velickovic.
Great first serve.
Game.
And a good
Got the
hold.
score wrong, but that happens. 4-4. Pretty comfortable service game there.
I think it might actually be 5-3.
I've just got another thing wrong. Can you please write it down on paper for me next time, rather than making me look bad, both of you here? Producer Scotty Walsh here, making me look bad as well.
Just lost his balance there, Scotty, there, didn't he? Just that simple overhead, and he's just lost his footing from underneath him and dumped it in the net.
So Scotty's serving to keep Cottesloe in this second set at 3-5. Having won the first set, we might see a match tie break yet.
Yeah, we could get a second match tie break for the first doubles.
Oh,
hey. Scotty Jones showing off his talent there.
Crowd pleaser, wasn't it?
There he goes, running back.
Yeah, some good speed there to get back.
He'd be pretty happy with that one.
Scotty felt he's under a bit of pressure to come up with a bit of quality there because he missed a pretty easy smash. 15 all. Oh, that's a great angle from.
Nice
he made it look simple, but that's a tough volley. That high backhand volley,
angling away.
Yeah, with an angle across court there. That's a tough volley,
yeah.
And he made it look easy. 30-15. Haven't seen much of Adam in this point, have we? Adam has served, and Scotty's either hit 2 winners or and that one miss.
Yep.
He's doing his job though, getting the serve in. 30-15.
Got to go in.
Oh, another great volley.
How good are those hands? Just dropping that ball over the net. It was a quality return too.
Yeah, good doubles combination, wasn't it? Adam's doing his job, Adam Kahan's doing his job getting a serve in, quality serves, and it's allowing Scotty to, again, and made a tough volley look easy, 40-15.
Oh, and again, there you go.
Yeah, that was an exhibition there from Scott Jones in the net.
Showing his class late in the day here.
Yeah, so the crowd appreciated that. So 4-5. So we've got Hensman to serve at 5-4 in the second set to take it to a match tie break.
Yep, so Cottesloe pair did their job then, holding serve, putting the pressure back on Hensman, seeing if they can hold their nerve and serve out the set.
And Austin Voss, MVP of the day for me, having won his singles and his doubles. He's had a great day. He's out there just practicing his golf swing.
There you go.
Yeah, it doesn't look too flash though, does it?
No.
Oh no, that's average. That's not a one handicapper swing, is it?
No, I think he should stick to the tennis game for old Austin Voss.
Well, he's got some long leaves. He probably hit it a long way. So we've got Hensman to serve to, and it'll be Manso to serve.
Manso
to serve to win the second set and take it into a match tie break. Been very solid on serve. Have a look at the signals if you can work out what they're looking to do. Yeah, nice hands. 1 of 4 points needed.
Very good start. Made the first serve and then easy volley at the net.
Body serve. Missed his mark a little bit, paid the price, didn't he? And that's the problem with the body serve. If it goes bad, it can go really bad because it tends to be in your strike zone then.
That's right.
And you know, the top players will make it look really simple. If you're hitting a wide serve and you hit it anywhere near where it needs to be, it's out of the strike zone. But if you miss your body serve, it's in the strike zone.
Yeah, that's right.
15
Scotty Jones is going to make 10 out of 10 with those returns there.
Got to be able to hit your marks. Good serve again, 30-15. See what he does this time. They lost this point this side last time, 30-15. They're going to go the same play. Vuk's called this. No, he's called wide this time. Yeah, nice line. Just missed it. No, he's going back for the stock standard middle. Oh, it was there, wasn't he? Vuk had gone way too early.
He just guided it a little bit of a push.
Vuk left early, didn't he? It was just, it was there down the line.
Yeah, just try to guide it.
40-15, set point. Yeah, Jones knows it too. Probably saw Vuk move and sort of just pulled off it a little bit.
Yeah,
40,
shaking his head there.
That's a beautiful serve, isn't it? It's just effortless power there. Well done. Yep. Set to Hensman. 1 set all. So in this circumstance, we play a match tiebreaker, first to 10 points.
After what you've seen, Shane, who are you leaning towards going into this match tiebreak?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me at this stage that comes down to motivation.
Yep.
I've been very impressed with the way that Velickovic and Manso have finished the set off. So I feel the momentum's with them. It really just comes down to how motivated the Cottesloe pair are.
Yep.
Yeah,
very much.
keep going back to what you said before about each of these rubbles at the end of the year could be important, may be important. So it's really whose head's in the game at this stage of the day. But the two boys there seem to be, the two Hensman boys seem to be pretty motivated.
Yep. Yeah, I very much agree with you. When I was playing, I think whenever you got to a tiebreak or a super tiebreak, it's usually the pair that brings the most energy that gets over the line. So we'll find out after this first point to see who's going to bring their energy and try and lift their game to get the rubber for their teams.
And we'll see that no doubt from the Hensman boys. I mean, Evans a quality doubles player. We've seen energy through his whole doubles match today. And of course, Vuk's had energy whatever he's been doing today. So I think that there weren't many problems there.
Yep.
So here we go, first to 10 points. And we did see a match tiebreak in the second doubles, didn't we? And we saw Voss and...
Yeah, nearly played the perfect tiebreak.
Oh, was it 10-1, wasn't it, with Rhys Johnson? 10-1.
Yeah. Did not miss a ball, that pair, in that super tiebreak. It was incredible doubles.
So let's sit and drop in. Oh, he's very lucky. He went down, slipped, and I don't know whether Adam saw him and took his eye off the ball, but he had an open court volley and missed it.
He did.
Yeah, so dodged a bullet there.
He'll be a little bit down on himself now, but he's got to shrug it off and move on to the next point.
And of course, at this time of the day, the grass gets a little bit damper.
That's right. Yep.
1-0.
The temperature cools. It's getting a little bit of moisture in the grass. Great return there by Scotty.
We've seen that forehand all day, haven't we? That off forehand where he pulls away from it and sort of hits inside out cross court.
Yeah, he's very flat here at the ball, Scotty Jones. He's got that more conventional grip than you see these days out on the tour.
It's very much eastern forehand. Yeah, it's not even semi-western, is it?
No.
Well, we've got 1-1 point against serve there.
That's a great return.
Yeah, lovely return. Hell of a serve. It's a great serve from.
It's
a great serve.
I guess just right in the slot.
In Adam's strike zone, wasn't it?
Yeah, just put it right in the slot.
That forehand.
Just had to lean forward.
So drops both points on serve. You'd just be disappointed with that. 2-1, mini break. That is a quality doubles point, isn't it?
That was a very tactical point, wasn't it?
All parts of the court
that's
used.
Right.
Nothing big, just a lot of good touch.
Finding all the angles, yeah, that's right.
All the boys are still moving well. You would have seen Evan Manso slide into that ball, and a lot of the great players on grass do slide into the ball. I never could.
No.
I remember you doing it, and Patsy used to slide all the time on the court.
Yeah, you had to time your slides well. Again, it comes a little bit more difficult to slide though if you've got the grass court shoes on, but I'm not sure if Podsy Adley allows it here, the groundskeeper who does a wonderful job.
I think probably to be fair to my case, at 100 kilos, it's probably a little bit harder to slide than when you're 75 kilos.
Yeah.
Stop distracting me. What's the score here? JP, what's the score? Come on.
Oh, I'm actually not too sure. I think it might be back on serve.
2-3.
Maybe a mini break to the Cop boys. They look pretty happy with themselves.
Might be 2-3, is it?
Yep.
Find out. Oh, that's a lovely touch. Oh, that's good hands too.
Bit of miscommunication there from the Cottesloe pair, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
a couple of times Adams crossed over in front of Scott,
yeah,
and I think Scott's had a play on both those balls, and he wasn't happy with that one.
Running forehands, you probably let the man take it. It's been hitting them well all day.
Yeah, he has, yeah. And Scotty's just saying, stay in your box, Adam. I know what I'm doing out here.
Right.
You stay in your box.
That's right. I'm the number one player in this team. You gotta let me
Number one player in the state league. Let me do what I do.
Yep, that's what I'd be saying anyway.
Scotty.
So a couple of big points there because they were up, weren't they?
They were.
2-4. 2-4. Well long, 4-2.
Second serve. Interesting to see if he moves forward here, Adam.
Oh, it's a lovely point from Adam there.
Did it beautifully, didn't he?
Gee, great
just
return,
leant in
just
on that return.
yeah,
and
bunted that
got it
backhand,
low,
yeah.
and then moved in straight behind it to catch that. volley at a nice
5-2,
height.
nice little break here. 5-2, 2 serves to come. Freo Doctors in, well and truly.
Well and truly, starting to heat up a little bit, that wind.
5-2, 2 serves on Scott Jones's racket. Oh, it's a great doubles point. Another great doubles point.
Very good doubles there. Adams playing a brilliant tie
Isn't he?
break now.
And that elevation on that smash, that was a tough one. He got
Tough
up back
one.
really well for it with some quality on it as well.
Yeah, and then
A lovely approach shot from Jones with that slice backhand deep, and Vuk's thrown up a nice topspin lob. We saw
yeah, we saw a bit of a mixture
entire
of shots
range
there,
of strokes
didn't
there, yeah. 6-2. Yeah, lovely serve. 7-2.
All right, Hensman to serve, 7-2 here. Cottesloe looking to secure this rubber for the team.
Thanks, mate.
Second serve. Jones will be looking to press here, getting this ball nice and low, and then trying to follow it in, I'd imagine. There he goes, he's got it as well. 8-2, Cottesloe. Welcome, Patsy, into the commentary booth.
Thanks, to be nice to be back here watching Cottesloe, looking to close this top doubles out. It's been a day that they would look to forget. Certainly they'll remember leading into the finals. Evan Manso serving.
Could have some dire implications for the team, losing that top spot. But I'm sure they'd still want to secure this doubles, just add some more points to the scoreboard. Anything can happen.
If you don't mind, a little bit of hot dog in there from Scotty Jones and Adam Kehane. The crowd have gone up. The back spinning, degree of difficulty about 7.3.
It's blown the Richter scale, I think.
Wonderful. You won't see too many of those. 9-2, first to 10 points, match point. There it is,
There it
over
is.
and done with. Scotty
Cottesloe.
Jones celebrating with a nice fist pump as he and Adam Kehane just give the high fives to Evan Manso. Vuk Velickovic, greatly appreciated by the crowd here at Cottesloe Tennis Club as we look to wrap up today's round 12 of the Men's Goods Property Service State League competition. 1 versus 2. Cottesloe were beaten today by the number 2 ranked Hensman Park Tennis Club in a day that was incredibly, I think, competitive. I think it didn't go the way that Cottesloe would have liked at their home club. They had a big crowd here, 700-800 patrons down here watching. But your first time in the booth, what have you enjoyed about today's play, Joel Pleydell?
Oh, I loved it. Coming down back to Cottesloe, this is where I've played most of my career, so nice to be back down here watching the boys. There's still a couple of boys, Scotty Jones and Will Hann, still playing. It's good to see them out there still.
And who impressed you today?
I think Austin Voss really impressed me today with his big forehand, his booming serve. I think he's got a lot of game, and I think definitely suited to the grass courts.
Absolutely, and that does bring a conclusion to round 12 of the Goods Property Service State League competition. Hensman Park getting the better of Cottesloe, 4 rubbers to 2, and also today's play we saw Cottesloe get up over the highly fancied Kings Park Tennis Club in the Women's State League round 13 competition. 2 more rounds to play out. Looking forward to getting into round 13 next week. Until then, get on to the West Australian Live Media. Thanks to Scotty Walsh and Scotty Walsh's media, Tomio Yamazaki, Joel Pleydell, Shane Smedley. Looking forward to bringing you all the updates and all the coverage next week in the Goods Property Service State League round 13.